Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're going to be continuing our Two Sicilies / Naples game. Did a little bit of an update on the text box. Hopefully it looks cleaner. I decided I thought that the Comic Sans or the comic script or whatever font was like too neat, or like too cute rather. It's just like it wasn't as legible as I'd like. Hopefully you guys are okay / like the new chat box. I think it looks a little bit cleaner, and also allows you to see the background a little bit better, or what's beneath it, when there's not text there. We can hear you now. That's good. Hey, Gene. Hey, Elia. How's it going, all? We can hear you now. Roger, roger. That's good. So, I did a couple things in the interim. Well, I added some market villages, and I, started this, but other than that, really didn't do a whole lot of much. The market village is going down in areas that pretty confident don't want urbanized. This could be a little bit of a kind of an annoying thing, where I would really love to be able to put map tax or, intent to urbanize down on something. That way we can kind of know or plan ahead of time, but I figure this cotton's probably not getting urbanized, and if so, not anytime soon, and so gonna benefit quite a bit from the market village. It's not giving us too much trade capacity. I kind of think it should give more, but the main reason we built it is so we can get started on increasing the development with the burghers' literacy, and also going to benefit a little bit more from that in areas where we have rougher terrain. Because the more penalties you have to dev accumulation, so you get some from hills and you get some from mountains, the more useful in terms of relativistically the percentage modifiers are. But our prosperity is still ramping up, so it's not like we're really getting that much dev anyways. We have high satisfaction, really high satisfaction. And our prosperity is kicking up at a pretty good clip, so we have some development. I think we have one of the higher prosperities. Castile has a little bit more, but Castile gets their own bonuses. They do have repoblaciones, which will help them out a little bit. So, other than that, we're doing pretty good. 2 days of vacation? Woohoo! Do you generally build over wine? Yeah, wine is kind of trash. And there's more wine consumption if you're, in the med. But there's also way more of it, so I never see the price for wine get particularly high. So we'll just, not only we build over it long-term, this is another thing is, long-term, map tax would be nice for just saying, hey, this wine, we're going to Colombian exchange this. Same with the olives here. The question is, I'm not sure whether or not we urbanize the olives. I think because our capital's in Naples and we're planning on keeping it there, we probably do urbanize the olives. But in our Carthage game, we did not. I don't think we've... Oh, Hungary's just leaving. Either way. So we have to hope this guy lives for a while then. Okay. It's a funny thing, they have resources you don't want to urbanize over locations, become big cities, the continent at the tip of the Regio, a major port. Yeah, I think that... I don't know, I don't have a suggestion for how to improve it, but I feel like the system is not necessarily... the incentives are, historically weird, you know? Is there any benefit to taxing clerics ever after we have a stable income? And lose... I tested them lose 0.2 in 1450 after they research equilibrium with max tax. After we have stable plus income. I'm not sure what you mean by stable plus income. Stable positive income? Well, usually the clergy doesn't get a lot of money, but if you go out of your way to make a lot of clergymen, then they will start getting a lot of money. I could show you a save where, it would decrease our net income by, 33% if we didn't tax the clergy. Olives isn't as much food as the wheat? Yeah, not anywhere close. There was in the Carthage game, though, because we had, like, a plus 25% modifier or something. A plus 25% olives output. So they ended up being the equivalent of, like, 5 food instead of... Or 5.25 food instead of, like, 4. I think that they're 4 otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, the olives are kind of trash, but a lot of the livestock we're going to be keeping, so that's why we're building market villages over livestock, just generally. As a kind of heuristic. Expand RGO time is such a weak tech. Yeah, looks like we're going for... Yeah, this makes some sense. Our age 1 tech from our formation after some legislative efficiency. Oh, we were gonna deck on biz though. What are we doing? We have a slightly bigger navy. So I think we'll be able to get things done, and I think that Serbia... Will we be able to get access through Serbia? I think we started improving relations with them, but it's also, yeah. Doesn't look too good. Alright. Actually, yeah, they're on the same... Yeah, same target. Alright. And then we will also need to raise the noble levies. Or sorry, Why did I do it like that? Does this raise them in groups if we do raise all on the navy? I'm not used to raise alling navy levies. Usually just target. Oh, it does do it in groups. Alright. A little bit cleaner, I think. Easier to manage, slightly. Let's do this. Just want the Navy to group up in a place where they're not particularly vulnerable. I love that the auto-sort now, like, will put the transports in the back. This is something that was so frustrating. Because we would have had to spend, like, forever, like, doing the things. Alright, so this is 16k. Looks like we can actually transport that entire thing. Hot. Do we want to give out a privy? A privilege? We're almost at 100% sat on these guys. We actually don't mind progress towards spiritualists, so let's do this. Oh, we aren't going to be able to take all that. Alright, I guess we'll have another 5k behind. Here. Looks like they're already doing an alright job there. I think we could cruise in here. To Athens. Go after these guys. Gotta think about maybe what we want to take. Taking market capitals is always really, really appealing, but we would have to siege Constantinople. I don't think we really are interested in sitting here for forever to siege that without cannons. Hey, Stobartan Industries. Oh, it's Stobart Industries. Thank you for the follow, or not follow, the membership. Much appreciated, my guy. Do you think it'd be a good idea to have a slider to increase cabinet efficiency by spending money on it? I think it's an idea. What I would really want is for there to be much less free money and also all of these sliders to create buy orders for stuff. Because right now, you're just so heavily incentivized to just completely kill sliders. And that just sends your economy, like, through the roof when you do that. Which is like the opposite of victory, where, like, you're like, oh, you need to keep your government spending up. So according to the YouTube poll, I need to become a member to get in multiplayer. No, I said that was not, I don't think I'm going to do 100% priority. Also, if I have 15 slots and only 12 people who are members went in, that would imply, like, 3 more slots that are non-member priority. But I don't think I would do I'm still thinking about it. Initially, I was thinking about just doing 50-50, which is why I made the poll have none of the poll options were 50-50. I was very surprised that people thought that I should just give 100% priority. Not very egalitarian. Is the following through on threat CB better? No, they're the same thing. The difference for us, actually, I think there is a difference, and I think there's a difference on some of the things you can enforce, but it doesn't matter to us. I think they both have the same province as the war goal, and that's the thing we were checking back and forth, because if the province was different, one province can be easier or harder to take than the other. Cheers, dude. Sorry, the name is a Broken Sword reference. No, you're good, you're good. I'm just not familiar with the reference. I just saw a wall of letters, trying to parse it out. I mean, we could take Constantinople. The thing is, we're not really interested in owning Constantinople. Do we win this engagement? What is this? So, just mono transport ships? Alright. I gotta get better at using hotkeys. Excuse me, that was my split hotkey. There we go. Want to do that to make sure they grab food. What would be actually what's the best resolution for this war for us? I think we want Trebizond because Trebizond's, or Thessaly because Thessaly's a releasable. If we take that, we have to take that. And then Loki, kind of think it's Constantinople. Oh, it doesn't have as many pops as I remember. The question is if we do Constantinople, do we want to control it? See, the thing we don't like is this Naples business here. It's on the edge of the Constantinople market, so it could tolerate... Actually, I think if we take Thessaly, the issue is I think that there's a really strong chance they make their own market. I kind of don't mind the money deletion from government expenses, would rather them deal with the money printing mechanics before... No, I mean, I want the two in conjunction. Don't get me wrong, I do not want them to do... I don't want them to just spit up the economy. I want them to make the economy slower before they make it faster, but it's pretty important to me that they do both. Local population capacity plus 200,000%. 200%. Less money from nowhere going nowhere, yeah. I would guess government spending is still good from building upkeep. I mean, it should be like... It should be more than 20%, and then someone should pay the other 80%. Like, the estates maybe should pay the other 80%. I think most of MP should be reserved for members if there's not enough space filled with non-members. Separate dedicated MP for non once in a while. I voted 2/3 for the record because I am also egalitarian, but I subbed because you deserve recognition for the content. Thank you. Yeah, it's... yeah, if I... Part of me being able to do this is like contingent on me being able to make money doing it, right? So there's that element. And to that extent, yeah, I don't know. There's just like, it's kind of complicated, but it's kind of not. It's kind of complicated because like, I would prefer a system where I don't have to where I don't have to care about revenue, but that's like not the soup I'm swimming in. Maybe exclude non-subs from top. I do not want to make it pay to win. I would much rather make it pay to enter than pay to win. Like, I do not want to have a scenario where, like, no. I don't, I would rather have it just be 100% sub priority than, non-subs can't get the good tags. I don't want that. I don't like that idea. I've seen that you budget agenda without having inflation if you have at least one loan. You can get budget agenda if you have, without having inflation if you have at least one loan. Yeah, maybe you're supposed to just float one loan for forever then. Is it worth Crown Power Malice to be able to roll that? We could experiment with it a little bit, I guess. Especially because we're over 25%. Hey, Rengar. Wow. League of Legends player? Become a member. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Only multi-printing and or deleting being literally minting would be perfect. Nothing disappears, but I don't know how feasible. Well, I don't know if it's only, but right now there's so much of it. Like, there's money creation and deletion in Vic 3, too. It's not like, not that everything has to be a comparison to Vic 3, but, like, right now there's just so much is my issue. I think we maybe... I think I'm convincing myself I want to take Constantinople here. I don't know if it makes sense to hold it, though. Or to give it over to a subject. Normally, we give, normally we get... Actually, we could maybe just take across the way from Constantinople. Controlling the Trebizond stuff would also make sense. Oop. That's not what I wanted. Thought you could use some subjects, but Auto has events content triggered by owning a certain amount of locations, so I'd probably bias towards direct ownership. Oh, interesting. Nick predates League of Legends? Yeah. Oof, then. For you. I assume that if it's predating everyone... usually it's like tall people like, so you play basketball, huh? It's the same thing, hey, League of Legends, huh? I have a friend who's like 6'4", and he gets asked if he played basketball a lot. I mean, I shouldn't be extending this war longer than it has to be unless I know what I want, and I don't know what I want is the issue. I think I want Thessaly to release Thessaly. Is there any other releasable here? It's not showing really liberate, so maybe this war goal you can't release, guys, is what I was kind of thinking of. not like we're taking slaves here. Could siege down Trebizond. I mean, I think that's actually the correct play, is to gain control of the Trebizond market, just for the purposes of market ownership. Is there no army here? Well, let's start using our hotkeys a little bit more. Did I not click accept? Oh, they just don't believe in carpet sieges. Okay. Alright, so we get a schism in the church. So we're now looking to flip out of the church, because we're going to be losing all of our modifiers for quite some time. Someone was telling me that the church is actually Catholic is decent if you reform it. Like, if you go out of your way to win the schism, have a bunch of cardinals, use the cardinals to correctly reform it in the Council of Trent. And this is not something I've looked into very closely. I know you get to change a bunch of this stuff, but I'm not sure if it's way better. Why do we have loans? Someone told me that with just one loan, you can roll the event or the parliament that gives you the Uber minting for a short period of time. And I think that that might be worth holding on to a loan. Is this a new patch? No, it's not. It's difficult to have an economic line go up game with historical first half period being 0 GDP growth. 100%. If you want to include non-Patreon viewers, maybe a lottery for 1 or 2 slots. Well, I mean, every slot is kind of like a lottery to some extent. I guess I usually do first come, first serve. But if I was getting overwhelmingly high amounts, I would not do first come, first serve. The first come, first serve makes it so you're more likely to get sign-ups quicker than a lottery system. And in the past, it's been failure to fire is the more common issue, because we need exactly 9 people to do a 3v3v3. But if it's more casual, you don't need the exact 9. So, tall people only become tall when they decided they wanted to play ball. That's how evolution works. Exactly. So true, bestie. It's called evolution, sweetie. I evolved as a human being. Low-key, the defensive might be better, but it doesn't matter if we're trending towards offensive. Why are we trending towards offensive? I think it's if you're in offensive war, you trend towards offensive. Oh, we're backsliding towards... No. It's 0.01. We can maybe ignore it. Attacker in war. Yeah. Alright. I mean, we're gonna be attacking in wars. Ugh. I no longer want to go for Trebizond. Every place has a fort, which means we're gonna run out of food if we try and do that. We can yoink stuff like this, though. Biz will give us stuff. What else do we want? Well, Hina is also in here. Isn't there another one? These guys? What's the antag look like? Almost nothing. Wow, it just is like basically nothing. I really wish it maybe showed a little bit differently. Because right now it's showing Kilwa's hating our guts. But the reason Kilwa hates our guts is just because the baseline antagonism, not anything to do with accumulated antagonism. And I wish this prioritized it by, like, accumulated antagonism. Like, you can see Epirus, we're getting plus 12. Like, I wish that this sorting excluded baseline antagonism. Like, still show it in the overall number, like this 13 or 50 or the 20 or whatever, but in terms of ranking, it just ranks whoever you have the most antagonism with. Maybe that's a little small. Maybe this way's better. But we're generating a little bit with Bulgaria, doing something like this. We would generate more if we took some Bulgarian clay over here. We could release Upper Macedonia as a different subject as well. We just can't give them that province, because then they won't be able to generate war goals anymore. But they also already have enough provinces. Her diet is actually pretty nice. It would make a future war a lot easier. I think the problem is it cuts off Macedonia. Maybe we just don't care. We can just eat the wood leaf fragmented penalty. It's so silly we don't have to take Arcadia, though. We really should have to take it. Not that we aren't going to be able to chain wars into them, because Thessaly will also have stuff that they want or can go for. This kind of feels like it. We could take a little bit more, though. We're trying to pass up Hungary in Great Power Score, so I think taking a little bit more maybe makes sense. And if we do this, we could actually get more gold. And okay, Serbia gets pretty pissed. Epirus gets pretty pissed. Isn't Epirus a subject? Are they not? Yeah, I think this is fine. I think I'm kind of... Ooh, sound toll exemption. Well, I think you care more about the money than the prestige right now. So, let's do this. That is a nice power spike for us. Create subjects. Historical subject. Thessaly. Who's gonna have some claims. I think we want to make all fiefdoms if we're flipping to Republic, because we get to keep the fiefdoms. But after that, we can only make vassals. And then... something like this, and then the question is do we want to make this a new subject, or do we want to hand it on over to Thessaly? Thessaly has claims down into the south into non-Thessaly territory. I think making this a two-province guy is maybe okay, so... Also, we actually want one of these guys to get pretty big. That is Greek, because as soon as they're bigger than the Byzantine Empire, we will be able to start improving our relations with Greek. You fixed your Golden Horde run? Nice. To get rid of money deletion, I think fundamentally the players' investments have to basically make them zero money for most of the game, and that seems unfun. I'm not sure I agree with what you're saying. I'm sure what you're saying. In order to get rid of money deletion, you have to make... I mean, you just have to make... You have to get rid of a bunch of free money, too. So I would prefer that... I'm okay with goods creating value. Like, when you are producing goods for that to create value. I just would prefer that that's the main way in which value is created. And, like, production efficiency, tax efficiency, these types of things are maybe calmed down a little bit. But this is also how a lot of countries get their power level, so... Maybe that's not what we want. Alright, we gotta spend some money. We have so much money. Alright, I think we want this urbanized. We don't have the lumber collapse. Are we close to getting it? I think we've been struggling with this entire game, and maybe we don't need to have it. Because you don't want it to slow you down too much. I'm doing it here because we want more bonus for textiles. I think the olives here. No, there's not a lot of pops there. Lead's kind of okay to urbanize over. It's good to have some lead, and it's good to have production bonus from lead, but like there's a ton of lead up here. I'm trying to find a place that has, like, this is also the only province with iron. It's a little bit far from the capital though. It's not like we have a lot of control there, so maybe we calm down a little bit. Let's add on to some of these roads. Huh. Was not expecting that to be the best road, but okay. This we know we want to urbanize. This wine is kind of trash. Oh, that was all of our money? Just kidding. Let's see if we can pull down lumber prices more. Just gonna do some areas around the market capital. Medicaments is also worth urbanizing over. Oh, and it's part of the wool? Just kidding. Oh, it's already urbanized. Just kidding again. Double just kidding. Maybe we try and wait for the collapse. Owning Constantinople could be useful for separate pieces from guys from giving an exemption from sound tolls. Oh man, it's gonna be so useful. Like when they do the new mechanic, the complacency, just losing war after war after war, just giving up sound tolls. Jesuits are incredible for literacy gain. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind on chat. Talking about changing religion, I'm currently doing German minor run. Germany flipped Lutheranism. I don't know what religion aspects are good. Do you cover religions in your video? We haven't covered Lutheranism specifically. Different religions have different aspects is one of the issues. Like, we'll have slightly different ones when we flip this, but this is kind of what we're thinking we're going to flip. I think we're past the olden days of fail to fire. I don't know. Maybe not. Does it help to force them to deconstruct the fort in Constantinople? They'll rebuild it. What is the hotkey for RGOs? For vanilla? I don't know. For my setup, it's R. Yeah. Third Sicily is obviously Corsica. So true, bestie. What about Sardinia? I think Corsica's the fourth Sicily, huh? Third Sicily in our hearts. Okay. We still do have auto expansion on. Our auto expansions are just getting gummed up. But you were auto expanding books. It's a big province. We don't really want to push carpentry at this point. Die makers and jewelers are the best things. Well, we have a lum in here, so let's do that. Do we have a terrible province where there's like nothing there? We have a lum over here too. I'm thinking we're gonna end up de-urbanizing this at some point. Yeah, really a lot of this just hinges on us getting the price of lumber down. I think maybe we just go a little bit crazy on this. Like we're gonna have lumber mills everywhere eventually anyways. So where has a lot of pops and decent market access and doesn't have a lumber mill? Because market access throttles how much of it you get. Okay. So after this, our lumber issues should be solved, or we should get cheap lumber. I'm sure the burgers are exporting it, though. I'm not sure how much trade cap we want to spend on over... What the hell? Well, if we don't have burger trades, we don't want this to be overriding them. Actually, maybe we want to keep it in. Let's keep it in because it'll override the first few burger trades. Ottomans could flip Greek, though? Yeah. Doing Catharsism on Poland, it feels really, really gender equality and 15% max literacy. 2 Sicilies feels like too many Sicilies. Never. Alright, we'll buy some indulgences. Our margins just aren't very good. Is it a dev issue? So the thing is, books, unfortunately, you gotta have like a high amount of pops to buy the books. High amount of dev to buy the books. You need 30. They're buying a lot of books that pops here, but... What am I doing? I don't think we want to fight Boho before professional armies. We're on a collision course with the Papal States eventually. Nice to see the AI kind of being a little bit more intelligent here. Valuing the roads. Roads on the rivers, though, aren't gonna do much. Well, actually, no, they do, because they let you build the bridges. My kingdom for some bridges in Naples, but we can't have any. Can't have any nice things. I don't think we want bailiffs, because we're eventually getting procs to all this ish anyways. If anything, we would want more ships. Institutions are starting to cruise around. We actually probably should try and find really high pop places and drop a library there. This place is adjacent to more locations. We can add a couple. We have the books already, so... And this will create more demand for books, which will allow more things to be profitable. I mean, these places aren't hurting for the literacy. We could do literacy here. We could do a library here, even though we're planning on downgrading it eventually. It's not insane, it's just kind of a little crazy. I'm not crazy, I'm just a little insane. Well, we know that we want this. Just doing that because it's kind of in the middle of a bunch of stuff, and we wanted to get institutions a little bit faster. I think having roads also helps, so the roads we're adding are going to be nice. Yeah, the thing, I think... Are we spreading from the Papal States? From... Positive opinion, yeah. Nearby positive opinion. They just spread from present and market center. And we didn't have that luxury. Like, this is not spreading because this is in the wrong market center. Which, us building roads in that direction might help to pull it into this market center. But now, how are we doing? Still negative on lumber. The truth hurts. Any plans on forming Italy? Yes. What's in the gallon jug? Motor oil. Currently playing as Venice. I have created a strip of cities along the river to Verona for Panama canals. Starting lack food was a mistake. Well, you also need to make breadbasket locations, which unfortunately also pressure rivers. But Este, for example... If you urbanized Este, that was a mistake. Because the best place for generating proximity, it actually travels through Lingango. In Este, for example, you can add a whole bunch of irrigation. And so if we come here, what you could do is you could add irrigation, farming villages, and then also have the food province, and it's an 8 thing food, so you can generate a really high food percentage bonus. With the grain, which is going to produce 8 food, this only produces 5, so not quite as good, but we're still going to make this a breadbasket province, but you generate a ton of food productivity from this. So what you were doing is you were trying to find one vein, if you can, that you are pushing the proximity through, and then if there's grain or cattle, you really don't want to urbanize it if it's on the river, because you want to use it for food. Thank you for the content. I love falling asleep to your videos. Thank you. Much appreciated. This guy hits us with the content creator neg. Have you noticed if you add a goods to your outliner, you get to see the price? It's just in the capital market, but that might actually be good for us right now. I honestly don't glance out the outliner probably as much as I should. But yeah, we maybe want that with lumber. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked that one. I think burger trades are actually probably actively bad. These guys should be integrating all their stuff. Yeah. Except for Thessaly. Because they start with the cores. If Bohemia gets tied up in a war, though, we can deck on one of these guys that we have claims on, so it's not like the claims are useless. Or not claims, but part of our situation. Are we winning still? Barely. We're barely winning. I'm gonna check how the chat looks. Do we like the new chat box more? I feel like it looks better. These things are still employing up. Okay, so now we're running a positive balance. Gregarious. So we need this to dip to around 1.85, I think, for us to get like the price collapse we want. I hate that these guys are in the Naples market, though. Yeah, we should have tried to take Constantinople. I guess we'll do it next time around. Dude, Sicily's starting with claims on this stuff is just super useful for us. It's way better. It is way better. Okay. I've been trying to learn the game and wondering how many markets are good for a nation. The unfortunate answer is it depends. Wondering if I need a Benghazi market or not. We don't have vision on Benghazi. Benghazi's down here, right? I kind of don't think you get very many locations with high market access with it. It's not necessarily bad. What's the market access like on, like, kind of the southernmost portion of this? I mean, I think I like a market, like, closer to the, like, North Sudan, like, a little bit towards the coast, rather than this, like, middle tweener market, but I'd have to take a closer look. The unfortunate answer is, like, it kind of depends, I think. And honestly, like, I don't have, like, hyper heavy math-based analysis to back it up. Lack of market access isn't like apocalyptically bad though, but if you have a lot of control there, it's really nice to have market access. Coast against Tunis. It's on the coast against Tunis, like over here. I think you could add a market here. It's not terrible. If this is where you're talking about. I think the Tunis market's a little bit funny. And if you add a market here, the danger is it's really easy to starve out the Tunis market. Because a lot of Tunis's food comes from here. And they don't have much irrigation options. And this is like a dead zone for Colombian exchange. You can't Colombian exchange into here. I don't know why, but you can't. You're not allowed to. So you can't just like add potatoes in the lakes, which is otherwise what you would do. I think it's probably okay though. Again here. I think this is too close to Alexandria. You want something that's, generally you want, I think your biggest market to be, well, you could if you really wanted to, but it's a pretty small market. Maybe it's okay. But, like, I see the logic. It's like, this is a nice little pocket. It's just like, how much are we going to do there, really? We have one location that's flat grassland. And then we have a hills grassland, and the rest is, like, sparse or woods. It's on the Mediterranean coast. My bad, my bad. I saw the search bar as you were typing it. Oh my god. Journalist confirmed blind. Let's go. He's blind. He sees nothing. Let's go. So now we have the library plus 25% bonus here, which is really nice to have. Especially early on when you don't have a lot of percentage bonuses, they obviously are more powerful the fewer of them you have. Nice. HNCHKRW, thank you for the follow. Instead of producing more lumber, you could be more efficient with the consumption. I already turned off all the carpentry. I don't know what you want from me here. You're not wrong, but like, I want paper and scriptoriums and dyes. Like, we have so many of these things to produce the demand. The other carpenters are not ours. Or I turned them all off. Did that just not save? Oh. Something turned them back on? Maybe we save and reloaded after some strangeness and we forgot that we had done this. Alright. Because turning off the carpentry is something we often do. I was just figuring it was all Papal States carpentry. So, because we're still going to have some carpentry. It's just going to be Papal States carpentry, but let's also import some furniture so our auto queue doesn't be like, hey, look at that. Trying not to import all of their surplus out of their market, because then the root's probably going to become insolvent anyway. Alright. Not losing too much off of this. You're correct, though. I thought I had already done that. I thought I had already done that because I went to show you, look, we already did that. Alright, so 1.49. That should be... the differential should be much bigger now. Did I subsidize all the carpentry? No, I locked them. Okay, so yeah, it's other people's carpentry. We did already do that. We just had like one rogue carpenter. Yeah. The AI will build a shitload of it. Yesterday he didn't know where Bangladesh is, now he doesn't know where Benghazi is. Generalist is down with the B places? Well, not. If Novgorod Muscovy won that poll from last week, I want to see the Bogolinist or Cathar while we're on the topic of religions. Bogolinist. Oh, everything's preordained is the funny modifier. It's a micro-heavy modifier, because you just, like, see what your dice roll is, and then if it's bad, you retreat. You have to wait a little while, but the 20, plus 20 is, like, nothing. Plus 20 was really annoying, or bad, when this modifier was first introduced, because battles used to finish, like, in 2 to 3 days. But now battles take a really long time, and that's only 20 hours you're locked in, or you can't retreat an additional 20 hours. And then... Man, the Stuffy Nose legend? Hell yeah, brother. Cathar, yeah. This looks pretty nice. I forgot what we're waiting for exactly. Oh, right now it's giving us Antag. Yeah. Is that... So until 1370, probably. We could wait for Lutheranism as well. We might eventually lose our option, though. If those guys get converted out. Built a few roads, starting to get some access in here. Gonna be very important. What's our vegetation look like? Because we could overcome vegetation with roads. So, in theory, we should prioritize the roads on these places. I think we already did that a little bit, though. Just gotta wait a little while longer on the lumber. Plus 5. Break even? What's this? Break even. Burgers. You dare to export? Alright. Burgers be exporting. So we're gonna override the burger exports here because our manual exports count for less. So this should still help to bring down the price. Every time we, like, don't have a place that produces lumber naturally, it feels like just the ultimate struggle. The ultimate showdown. Okay, we're +2 now. Yeah, putting this up was a good decision to just be able to watch the lumber in this main market. We could trigger it. You've been summoned by Bangladesh. The man, the myth. What's the Bangladeshi? Is that the proper term for someone from Bangladesh? Did you know Bogomilism holy sites with plus 200% pop capacity? I think it's the only way to achieve 1 million pop capacity. Did you know that they're not the only ones that get that pop capacity? 800k and not maxed out dev. I've gotten addicted to harbor administration and running Russian banking for caravels. Yes. But not caravels, barks. Unless you mean caravels. That's not banking, though. Caravels are in here somewhere. I knew what you meant, though. I think we do want max spiritualist anyways, so... Right, this will give us... Yeah! Let's go. +6. +6, let's go. Right, we don't already have a bunch of, stuff built up. Yeah, these guys is powerful, because they're really happy. That makes sense. Okay. I don't think we care about actually building the cathedral. We really do want to peak them for plutocratic, and also for naval. Don't want to lose research progress. Don't want to lose the 12 stab for this. Wouldn't mind itinerant court. Don't really actively want it either, just kind of don't care. Are we paying for... I think we're paying for a little dip. Could maybe not. Well, we have our price collapse, right? We're getting it. Do we have it for RGOs? Almost, almost. So 1.45. It's different for different things. Now we should have the RGO price collapse. Dear Barbara. Medicaments? That high? It's just because they're close to the capital. And we got more lumber coming in. And this is going to make a lot of our industries more profitable. Like, the die makers are going to benefit from the alum price drop. And the prices keep dropping, bro. They keep dropping. We want to urbanize this. We're going to wait, though. Bangladeshi is the proper term. Hell yeah. Generalist 1 for 3. Time to start talking about who owns or who deserves to own what piece of the Baltic. Right? This is the Baltic right here. The Baltans, I hear it's called. Right? This is the Baltic? Did they nerf itinerant court in the ground? Yeah, but 2.5% still 2.5%. We're getting legislative efficiency instead, which is nice for the anti reduction. We're pretty close to indifferent between the two, I think. I think they're, at this phase of the game, they're roughly the same. Eventually, the prox is way better, but the prox isn't way better yet. Let's go for this. Baltics? Yeah, this is the Baltics. The Baltans. Sure. Do you approve of the jihad for Greenland? Lembo Makoid Rubioid? I do not approve of anything to do with attacking a member of NATO. Oh, we maybe should have... I didn't want to give up the research. But since we actually just started researching something, we totally should have. When you get negative research progress, if you don't have any research to begin with, it doesn't do anything. So actually we should have clicked that. That was a mistake then. Yeah, I feel like you could not find... I mean, Greenland's over here, but, how should I put this? You could not find, a tract of land but to which America has, like, a worse claim, almost. That's not even remotely true, but, like, Denmark has had it for 500 years, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It's not an inconsequential amount of time. Alright, price is continuing to... or, well, it actually bumped up a little bit. I think we're gonna go for this even though it's not a full price collapse. Competent diplomacy? What the hell? We always get incompetent diplomacy. Oh, I've been forgetting to switch one of these guys over to... what's it called? Dip Endeavors. I kind of don't want to embrace Pro Army first. That guy's generating the network real slow. Looks like Boho is otherwise indisposed. Wait, do I have access through these guys? Yay! Kind of. Alright, so maybe this navy's not needed. But maybe we go half by land, half by sea. We split the army in two. Two if by land. Because I think expedience kind of does matter a little bit here. Alright, so let's do this. Let's split it. Let's send this guy up this way. Oh, I'm so stupid. I need to really co-belligerate one of these guys at least. God damn it. Oh well, we'll just eat the extra amp tag. A little sloppy stream play. You love to see it. I play much better when I'm not trying to play relatively quickly. I think Trump wants Greenland. Trump wants Greenland because he's a thug. But because you say call it dollars green during the color, so he clearly thinks Greenland is land of money. Maybe. With tech stealing actions, could you theoretically stop country from researching innovations forever? I'm not sure. Because they have to be ahead for you to tech steal them, I believe. So, might be some difficulties there. We want to take some land directly too, because you get direct taking land, and also we need like food access through Florence, I think. I was in the middle of a thought, and then I lost it. But Russian national security requires dissolution of NATO. Sorry, did I say Russian? Slip of the tongue? Yeah. I mean, that's one way to approach getting rid of NATO. I think it's just like psychosis. Or it's not even... yeah, if America attacks Greenland, that's just really bad. That's bad to the extent of, like, I'm not sure I want to even evaluate how bad this is bad. Just because, like, everything's fucked. That makes sense. Probably doesn't, but... This guy 2 provinces? He is... So we could take all of his locations instead. There's not very much antag. Look at this guy. Acting like he has a choice in the matter. I think we just do this. Even though he's 2 provinces, he's still only a few locations. This will be fine. Siena, on the other hand, Siena's kind of a lot of provinces. I think we just peel some locations off of Siena. In particular, I know that there's a big-ass releasable here. The problem is that, isn't Perugia? Wait, who has the... we do this and this. Get to release 2 historic guys that are gonna have claims on Siena moving forward. And then this guy will go for Luca now. Hobby is also in the mix. We would need food access through them, but we might be able to get that. Real? I thought food access... What if we take this? We have food access through Florence. Does it really not cut it for us? They really can't feed us? Is it because we don't have a chain? So, trying to siege deeper, the primary issue is the food here. So, like, this guy's okay on food, but we can't... well, we can. I was gonna say we can't use this guy for food. What the hell is this rebalance, dude? The, like, auto rebalance sucks so hard. No, okay. So if we come here, we can refit the food, and then come here and feed them. I don't think that this... I'm not sure if that mission really works properly or not. Trump wants to finish the border guard, or fix the border guard. Greenland has resources. Danish government just ended all new oil drilling applications. U.S. companies want the resources. I don't think it's a resources thing. Because, like, look, if you're a U.S. company, and you want money, you are outside of your fucking mind if you think that you're gonna make more money or have more money by us attacking NATO. It would take, like, the dumbest CEO ever to think that the overall trajectory of the economy would be supported by attacking a NATO member. Right? Like, because... like, if you're just trying to maximize how much money you're making, just an immediate total sanction on the United States by all of Europe, that's not it, brother. So, it's about hegemony, yeah. They would abuse it for as long as possible. I would attribute this to, like, Trump, not the US. Like, a lot of people think it's freaking insane. Supply depot? The supply depots don't really do anything. I mean, we could build one. In terms of our observation, they don't really do much. I do believe they have to be in enemy territory. We don't have the manpower. Supply depot is a lot of manpower. Okay, so he grabs food from not the closest place. And then doesn't deliver it to the army. I have to admit, I'm not a fan of this, the way this thing works. Oh, I'm blind. We're fighting this guy as well. On the theory, I should do that at like the end of the month. Is there no more food to grab there? Yikes. Attrition Central. Just kidding, they weren't on gathering food. Silly me. I didn't understand that putting it on logistics support would turn off gathering food. That's my bad. Alright, we have tons of money. Let's take a look here. Could upgrade Salerno to a city. I don't hate that. Do we have anything that has silver? Or... we have nothing that goes into jewelry. I think I'm gonna let the capital rip on producing jewelry. Don't have a full price collapse. It's still kind of a little bit sticky. I think we want this though. There's a lot of pops here, so we want, like, all of our urban infrastructure applying there. Salt is, like, always urbanized, but there's not a lot of pops here. At least two places are kind of on the urbanized chopping block. Urbanize the higher pop one. We're also going through a rough spot because we're sitting on like close to zero Pluto Aristo, which is where a lot of demand is gonna be coming from. Oh, and I forgot to switch this because I always forget. Looks like we got our third ruler trait. RGO output, nice, nice. Having trouble expanding in Italy due to Hungary and Bohemia. Milan broke the alliance with you. Like, it's something you can do, depending on who you're playing, is if you ally Bohemia, if you get an alliance with Bohemia, you can generate favors and use them to break alliances. You have to tell the unit with the resupply mission to take and get food. You'd think the mission would turn it on. You would think, but this guy had the settings before for the food. USA mining oligarchs want access to rare earth minerals with little pop in Greenland who will complain over the local dirty refining minerals. I don't know if USA, like, as a CEO, you have to be so incredibly short-sighted to think that you're going to make more money doing that. Might be early for Salerno, no? Need Padlock, needs a river? Might be early to city Salerno? No, not really, because it's right adjacent to the capital. This would give it, like, +5 levels on each of these, which it's throttled on right now. Like, having stuff in areas where you have, like, high control is really valuable. We don't have that much control in other places. Really, actually, the thing is probably roads. Let's get more roads down. Because they increase development as well. Alright, nice. Now, this is nice because we could take this province and maybe siege down these guys as well. Let's see how the Antag's going. We don't have much. Guy makes some interesting life choices, I guess. Take a look at a little look at our finances. Getting 10 ducats from minting, 10 from nobility tax, 17 burghers, 27 commoners tax, so still pretty rurally oriented. We're actually gaining almost as much from selling food as we are buying. Usually it's difficult to do, but it's easier when there are other people in your market, which we still have a lot of subjects. Diplomacy, we're getting 7. Trade income, very little. We're doing a lot of unprofitable trades. Not able to sell any goods. Is that really the case? You have a huge surplus of this. I mean, it's not going to affect the price very much when we sell stuff. Looks like food is okay in both of these. So we're in good shape. We have full occupation on Siena, so we can go after what we want. Oh, what the hell? How did Sienna get this guy as a subject? Interesting. We have breached. We could assault it, but they're not the last person we want to take out, so I think we'll hold off. Are we more than... Your great power score is 208. We need to be like 260 to 270 then. I forgot the way in the UI we're supposed to check ours. Okay, so we're not close to being able to take over our personal union yet. But we might be able to after this war if we're holding a big fat bag of territory before we release it to subjects. It's probably a little optimistic. What's the point of gather and distribute food buttons? Can't they just do it automatically? Well, if you don't want them to pull food from a province, you wouldn't want it. There's no next year's CEO. I think you would have a bad quarter if there was the United States versus NATO. Pluto's mainly for swapping Republic. I think you get a lot more aggregate demand from plutocracy than you do at Aristo, though. In parliaments, we also generally want to be pressing burger buttons. And that's a little easier when they're really powerful. You do full manually trading? No. I've been trying to make supply depots, but once you get all the food from an army and instantly takes it again, you can't fill it with boats if they're coastal. What's even the point of these? I know there's like some ways to like fiddle around with them, but by and large, it's effectively like a non-functional aspect of the game. So once we finish this research, we can go for something. I think often I like Renaissance first, but we really would like barks and docks for ourselves. So have a breach over here, so we could assault here. Levies really suck balls at assaulting right now, though. That's something that's on the list of changes for 1.1 is levies not sucking so hard at that. Auto Q is gonna pick up add another jeweler just over and over. Yep. Alright. See, Renaissance is really nice, just this pip, 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 pip. And you're like, good to go, you Gucci. We even have the additional 10% crown power, but I think we want Dock Bark pretty bad. I mean, this helps us get everything else for cheaper, though, on the stab. I don't know if that's correct. We have, like, most of our... I don't know. That was probably wrong. I think that was wrong. I'm getting debated by the fact that we have the extra crown power over here. Oh, we have so much shit over here. Just kidding. This is really nice on us for Naples. Okay. I think that's all we need, though, on this side. And then by then we should have much cheaper stuff. A river Durchi? Did you have the follow? A river map mode appeared. Aristo's good in different ways? Yes, you get more discipline with Aristo. There's definitely upsides. It's not, like, categorically better. It's punishing for crown power. Yeah, let's show. So you actually get, for every pop, you get a flat amount contribution to crown power. So the higher density of pops you have with really big estate power modifiers, probably the worse it is. I'd have to check out the math on this though. But per point of nobility, you're getting a lot of economic stimulus, but you're also losing a lot to crown power on those guys, relatively speaking. US versus NATO means no more quarters. What? No quarter? No more quarters? Not sure what you mean. I'm not sure I understand when to use the different warships. If you are in, like, open seas, the heavies are way better. And heavies are, like... I have to check if heavies are still slightly better, even not in open seas. But heavies are a lot more expensive, so, like, per price, galleys tend to be better. Those are the ships you want for combat. Transports are completely useless in combat. Light ships are almost useless in combat, but light ships are really good for developing maritime presence. So, and then transports obviously are good at transporting guys. Yeah, we still want to take... Ooh, Poland's in too. Hell yeah, brother. Poland is in too. Been meaning to play around a little bit more with personal unions. What can we do with Pisa here? Don't really want to liberate one location miners. Making them a vassal is so much antagonism. It's gonna make Siena a coalition person, but we're gonna have war goals on Siena. I think we're gonna take this. But this is gonna punch Siena up pretty high. Oh, I took it for granted that we would just, yeah, be able to... Okay, we can't enforce this. Oh wait, is this HRE? Okay, so we might actually have to tread relatively carefully here and not go after Siena because they have the messing with the HRE modifier. Lucca we have the reduction on because they are the war leader, but I think Pisa becomes vassals is just a bad idea then. Because, yeah, everyone gets, well... Fortunately, we can't see the full situation. Guess maybe not everyone's getting super pissed. But can we get this later for less antagonism? It's part of the question we're asking ourselves here. Oh, we love that they have claims on all this shit, though. Yeah, that's a big deal to us. Alright. I guess we'll go for it. I forget they get all these claims, kind of. That's a lot of antagonism. I think we leave them on the table. I want to start getting into enemy territory before we end the war, because I don't know if specifically our access is contingent on the war being in place, so by getting ourselves into enemy territory, should be in good shape. And then we have 100% war score on these guys. They are the war target, so we're gonna make them a vassal and see how that much less this is. Force a faction change. Yeah, this should be good. And then Hungary, still 207. We need to be 25% more than them. We're not. Okay, so we're gonna release our subjects that we were planning on releasing. Create subjects historical, because we have a couple. These guys are gonna have claims, and these guys are gonna have claims as well. Also, being OPM means that they're just gonna get a ton of dev. So this overall works out quite nicely for us, I think. I've been going into Pluto with primacy of nobility, or whatever the 5% discipline one is. Pluto still gets it, yeah. Free trade versus mercantilism as Ottomans. I think it's really hard to avoid mercantilism. I think if you're playing smart, you have a ton of trade centers, and so you just, like, you don't have a choice. It's whether to push it or leave it at equilibrium, and I think pushing is probably better. As Dutch, I'm beating France, England, nice. Bohemia and Milan all at once. I feel like a god. But my god, the sea fights are stressful and hard to manage. Yeah, everything's so fast. The automation needs to be better. Is kind of the side at which I think improvement needs to be made. Wait, why can't we make a... Oh, there are... Whoops. We never forced them into faction to begin with. Alright. Well, now we should... Jesus, we're not making faster progress. They're too big. They're too dangerous to be kept alive. I guess it's Verona and Mantua we're gonna make... Oh, we just lost all of our transports? Womp. I didn't realize we were getting bodied like that. That's me not paying close enough attention. Do that. We can embrace for research speed, which is going to be good at a certain point, but I think we just want to let it spread a little bit more. We see it's not spreading very well over here. I think this is not in, yeah, our market. It's part of the issue. We're almost certainly going to de-urbanize this. Looks like we're not maintaining this price collapse on the lumber. Unfortunately. Just kind of radiating out from the market capital a little bit, because they are going to, like, per thing, get the most lumber. France has an interesting yellow growth. Indeed they do. Monty the Great? Monty the Great? Monty thy Great? Monty thy the Great? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Alright, so this guy's ready to produce some stuff with the alum. He'll be good at producing this. So we'll let him in on that immediately. We have some places that are really good for fine cloth, like in here. Which is why maybe we're thinking of urbanizing this. This just doesn't have control yet, though. Yeah, it doesn't really have much. It's gonna change once we get barks. And once this lumber price collapses, we'll maybe go after some roads a little bit. We could also just try and make money instead of building roads. Because if our burghers will spend on roads. That's something burghers really like. Our burghers just aren't making very much money. Lower maintenance will be nice. Diplomacy map mode's looking hella nice. Can't believe we're, like, this is such a tight race. With us actually expanding it. Boho's an absolute menace. Early on. Like, gold and silver just early on are just so good. Before you get second tier production buildings. Alright. Let's set this up to auto-expand something. Now, we have a lot of things with wool, so we don't necessarily need it there. We would only want to do carpentry if we have lumber in the province, which we don't. We have good stuff for tailors. A lot of it comes down to we have just clay and wheat. I think that we like the Distillers Guild in this situation, because that's one of the more profitable things. So let's do this and put it on auto-expand. It's also only going to expand up a little bit, but that'll be fine. The additional burgers also just create demand for stuff. I think we still have a truce with them, no? No. They're quite weak. I think we at least want to get our boats back up in order. But here we could go for Constantinople. $209, so 25% more than that. We're not that close. Build boats, not roads. We don't have enough maintenance to build a ton of boats. Or we don't have enough sailors. We could build a bunch of, yeah. I mean, we need banking. And we do want the roads anyways. We want the roads for development, specifically. But getting a small amount of roads is just very strong. Also, sometimes you're gonna need roads no matter what, anyways, for maximizing the proximity. Are we lumbering forwards, or are the logs not in our favor? We're in decent shape. Those roads are actually maybe not very good though, just because we don't have the price collapse. Actually, yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself. Need to wait for these lumber mills to finish. How much of our demand is burger exports at this point though? Oh, we added a ton of... Gotta keep an eye on the food after adding all of Central Italy. Central Italy can be a little bit nasty on the food. We're not super urbanized yet, so it's not too big a deal, but it might be. Yeah, unfortunately we have a bunch of subjects with a bunch of carpenters. It's difficult keeping this collapse up. We're plus 10 now. Plus 6. Some of that's going to be burger trades. I think one more month and we'll put those roads down. Plus 11, plus 7. Yeah, that's good enough percent. Adding market villages for the development growth from the literacy from the burgers. Personally, hate how pricey roads are for how little they do. Wait, what? Roads are the truth. Roads are so strong. They are expensive, but they're really good. Roads are extraordinarily good. What's our tax base look like, actually? Yeah, this looks about right. Well, wasn't quite expecting to see that much wool. We also do have a price collapse. On lumber good enough to allow this. There's so much good stuff in the queue. The thing with the government reform, though, is that's actually... You know what? I would like the government reform a lot more if we actually had our naval push. It's so hard to get to where you want to go with naval. The Pluto coming up is also helping us a lot. Because now we're promoting and steadily increasing demand for stuff. And for in cities, for every X number of guys... we're getting more burgers, so we're gonna have a ton of burger promotions. Notice how the nobles are demoting at a relatively strong clip? That's because we've gotten rid of all of our aristocracy. Naval infrastructure's nice. I think that's what we're gonna do. Mainly because we're trying to get progress towards naval. What privilege do they want? Powerful diocese? I think we're okay with that. We're super okay with that. Do we want a war? Maybe the Papal States. I don't think that we do. Why is Bohemia not registering as strong at all? Are there... Have they depleted all of their levies? I mean, we'll get the meddling with the HRE modifier, though, is the problem. If we go for them... Genoa, I'm not sure, is in the HRE? Yeah, looks like they... Yeah. How do you shuffle slaves as Mali? You get 2 markets and you trade them back and forth between the 2 markets. Are you just waiting on the stab for the religion change, or have you decided to wait for the real reformation? I was waiting on the stab, kind of. I don't want to go to, like, minus 30 stab. We should be paying for more stab, though. Given that we're kind of waiting on it. Wonder if it's the roads, the benefits are hard to notice. They are hard to notice because they're like the only thing that affects market access, and they're really, really strong effect on market access. It's very nice. Or now you get markets that not affect it. I think if you put your king as admiral, you get naval. You do. Unfortunately, we're in a personal union, and we are not the controller of the union, so we can't control where the king goes. Shouldn't she change the succession law to keep the union? Oh, we maybe have to declare on biz here, actually, even. Pisa Luca. Well, if we seize control of it, we can force everyone onto ours. Maybe you're right. I think we just have our heir marry noble, to be honest. Just kidding. Wouldn't it be neat if this, if this did this on, onto Hungary, because they are technically in control of the guy? Or he's in Hungary's court. What's better, and when for aristocracy versus plutocracy? So aristocracy... When is aristocracy better? I think in multiplayer, the discipline is something you have to really consider, especially because you're not just getting the discipline here, you're getting the discipline for, like, nobles of primary culture. To be fair, you can get that modifier maxed out without needing to go Aristo, but it helps a lot for discipline specifically. Also, in theory, if you're relatively lean on pops, you're going to get a lot more demand with aristocracy. Like, if you're hitting the point where you're capping out your Like in your locations, you're capping out your peasant, or like you're getting rid of all your peasants, fully depeasanting. If you have more burger potentials, but you completely depeasant, then those burger potentials aren't doing anything. I've been meaning to take a look at the food consumption like ratio, but I think per demand, nobles demand more food as well, and this is like a significant issue. And that generally speaking, burgers, they don't create anywhere near as much demand per pop, but you're looking at, I think it's 100 potential versus 5 potential, or sorry, 10 potential. So as long as the burgers produce, like, it's not quite 10x because you are also losing more peasant demand, but as long as they're per pop, they're eating at least 10 times as much, or eating at least 1/10 the goods, then they're going to be better. And here we have 6,000 eating 33 ducats worth of stuff. So let's call that 66,000, right? 66,000 over 33 or whatever. Or 33 over 66,000. And there's roughly, was this 13 or 14 times as many burgers? And they're consuming less. So here, actually, the nobles are a little bit better. I think that's actually because we have so many locations under 20 dev. So fine cloth demand hasn't kicked in for a lot of these burgers. Interesting. So yeah, the nobles, you can see fine cloths all the way down here. Mostly demanding furniture and jewelry, which is base demand. And proportionally, they are going to be a little bit better. So maybe it's, if you're low dev, aristocracy is better. Is one way to look at it. But as these places start to hit 20, especially the urban places, these guys are going to start demanding. God, the fact that it takes so many, like, tooltips to go through here. Wait, why aren't they demanding? What? Why aren't they demanding fine cloth? If a state has more income than expense. Is this modifier working then? We noticed it not seeming to work before. God, it takes so many nested tooltips to look at this. So here, they're not consuming it. What about the nobles? Are the nobles here consuming it? No, the nobles here aren't consuming it either. Oh wait, no, this is not what we're trying to look at. So nobles here are consuming fine cloth. Burgers here are... Burgers here... The burgers here are consuming fine cloth. They're not. Their tax-based share here is 1.69. They're being taxed 61. If burgers have 125% income versus expenses, they are supposed to demand fine cloth. So why are these burgers not demanding fine cloth? I guess post expenses, they have 1.08 ducats to pay for the goods they're buying. How much goods are they buying? We would have to add all this up. And then multiply it times the amounts. God, the information here is so opaque. I'm trying to see if it's like on a per location basis calculated. Where the burgers here aren't producing it because they're not making, or they're not consuming stuff because they're not making enough money. Right, because the production buildings here are really not that profitable. There's really not a lot of tax base here. Like if we take a look. But then if we look at over here, are the burgers in here consuming anything? And the burgers here definitely should be, right? Let's look at these guys. Why are our burgers not consuming any fine cloth? I'm so confused, actually. Yeah. It's above 20, so I think you'd need somewhere with 21. It'd be nice if you could control bind to destined tooltip, yeah. Or like if it was easier to, I don't know, the UI for like trying to actually look at like more in-depth stuff is just really not very good, not very useful. But we have more than enough dev here. If you temporarily lower their taxes, will it update? I mean, we could check. This isn't even really that high a burger tax percentage. But we could eat a month of no burger taxes and see what happens. This honestly just seems like kind of bugged because this isn't something we've noticed before. I was wondering why the economy was feeling kind of sticky, so this kind of explains it. Why are they not consuming it? I actually just think it's, like, bugged. What the hell? I mean, we could load another game and show, like, the burgers consume generally more than 1/10 that the nobles do. But they don't if they, for whatever reason, won't consume fine cloth, and the nobles will. These guys aren't consuming fine cloth either. Okay, maybe it's on a per location basis. I just want a list of all pop needs aggregated in a market. Per market? Yeah, that would also be nice. Reload? No. I think maybe I'm missing something. I mean, to be fair, we don't have a large... We have a tax base that's not getting divided amongst a lot of different places. Or sorry, the tax base is getting divided amongst a huge chunk of pops. So it's not like... We need a place that has a high tax base that doesn't have a lot of pops. To kind of check this out a little bit more. Like, we don't have a lot of burgers here, but we have 3 ducats of tax base, so... Burgers are just getting a sliver, but I assume the nobles here are consuming fine cloth, right? Bro, what's going on? Is that not 20 dev? It's 27 dev. Are the burgers eating fine cloth? They're only getting taxed 1.5. The burgers tax base share is 13 ducats. They're getting taxed 5. I can't look at the price of all of these goods put together. Is like the problem, or like the frustration here. So I can't see if the needs proportion is like such that they're not making over 125% or whatever. Oh, these are the ones I need to look at, rather. These guys are making, like, no money. Yeah. They are consuming fine cloth, though, because there's not a lot of them. Okay, so... if it's by location, then that is a real vibe, because that is an enormous amount of micro. Us zero taxing the burgers didn't even get them there, though, in here. But it might not update every month. Let's unselect everything and then... nope, still no demand for... oh, you know what, though? They have more expensive other demands because they have a fatter multiplier. So, like, jewelry. Because they have higher dev, they're going to have a higher dev multiplier. So, by virtue of them having higher dev, they're going to consume less fine cloth because their expenses are going to be... it's going to be harder for them to be earning 125% on their money. But, like, what guts me is, like, if these guys actually consumed fine cloth, this location would make so much money. Is your fine cloth being exported? Some of it. Your game might need a restart. Sorry to break your day with maths. Oh, no, you're good. I would like to know how this works. Someone told me it was by location. God, that's so... such a pain in the ass to try and play around. I don't know how we're supposed to do that. We're at this disgusting catch-22 where, like, if these guys were making more money, we would have the fine cloth demand, and if we had the fine cloth demand, then they, like, the tax base in Naples would be sky high. I don't think saving and reload is going to do anything. Yeah. The thresholds also just feel so arbitrary. It's just like a light switch, not like a volume knob. It really should work a lot more like a volume knob. But yeah, these guys, their demand is worth a lot less to us. Their demand is just actually worth a lot less to us because they're not demanding certain things. I guess if we reduce the price of wine and liquor, then proportionally they maybe start consuming fine cloth, but that's what their consumption's like with zero burger tax. Again, it doesn't necessarily update every month, but like I also don't think we want to zero tax the burgers. And most of the better demand, Fritke, thank you for the follow, big nice, much appreciated. Most of the valuable demand is actually in the conditional demand goods, which is like you saw that they demand a ton of wine. That's not that useful for us. I mean, we could produce the wine. We could overproduce the wine by a whole lot. The more wine we produce, I mean, I'm just like mildly disgusted right now. Because I'm not sure, this seems like just a huge thing of worms. Schism happened. Yeah, there's another thing, is we were waiting till 1370 to switch religions as well. Let's actually get rid of this. I'd rather make sure we have temples everywhere. Well, the clergy will build the temples. They just haven't yet. Their demand is digital, not analog. I've noticed that dev is everything in the game. In Africa, there are literally no demands. Yeah, in Africa, 0 demands, and so you can't spin it up. But the thing is it's frustrating when the demand is, like, when the demand is binary. It's either off or it's on. Like, we have this point where, like, if you have it binary, it creates, like, really feedback loops that are really annoying, because we would be making enough money to be passing the threshold if the demand were flipped on, I think, with the burgers in that location, because we're producing fine cloth there. But since we are not past the threshold, we don't get to produce, like, we don't get to make the thing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Jesus. Because that's so much of our demand is in Naples. Or so we have of our burger pops. Okay, let's see how many burger pops we have. We have 83,000, like 10,000 of them or something. 14,000 of them are in Naples. So if the burger pops here don't demand the thing, that is an issue. And it also it feels frustrating also because of the opacity. Like, I can't tell how close we are unless I wanted to do math and look through all, because it's not market wide. Yeah, but because it's local, I would have to do math to see how close we are by taking a look at the burgers here and multiplying all of their pop needs by their prices. So what do we do here? I guess we try and get the price of the things that they are demanding the highest quantities of lower, if that makes sense, because we really want them to have fine cloth demand. Paper and books and jewelry are big in there. Also big in there is beer, wine, livestock, beer, wine, livestock. We don't, pushing the RGOs and collapsing the price doesn't, collapsing prices of RGOs is fine. Collapsing price of the other goods is not as fine because it's hard to do. Okay. We see pottery is also in the mix with a reasonably high amount, so. And this place is starved for things that it can produce profitably, so I guess next month we will add some pottery in there. I don't know how good this request additional taxes are. We have to pass the law, though. Alright. But yeah, so this Potter's Guild, we can't really collapse the price more because the Potter's Guild doesn't make any money. So, despite being in a place where they have the inputs, that is a vibe. What's the threshold? 125%. But it's also unclear what exactly the threshold means. If their income versus expenses. I don't know what all constitutes their income and what all constitutes their expenses, but I'm guessing it's like all the line items, like in their entirety. So here we have income after taxes on these guys is pretty high. So it's easier for these guys to be passing the threshold. Their monthly expenses only includes their buy orders. It doesn't include anything else. And then there's also other sources of income that aren't even included in this tooltip. or other expenses, I think. Like their taxes, the amount of taxes that they have, or their raw income is not included, because this is their income after taxes. And they currently are underwater, so yeah, it makes sense that they're not going to get to this, they're not going to, yeah, like these guys are 10 ducats underwater, right? So they're not going to create demand, which is maybe fine, but also, I was noticing this modifier didn't seem to be working before, and so if it's working, the pushing up the max tax is maybe super weak, right? Because we're killing demand for our fine cloth. We're going to reduce our tax base. I don't know if we'll get to see it drop, but by virtue of us, because I don't know how often the demand updates, because it doesn't seem to update at all, but this is not unsurprising that our tax base would go down if we suddenly have less demand for all the goods. The prices don't flip immediately, but the prices should slowly fall, right? Because we have less demand for stuff like the fine cloth. So you see the fine cloth prices sinking lower after we increase taxes. But like, the systems for accessing this information are relatively opaque here, right? Because I have to I have to slog through like 8 tooltips to try and diagnose what's going on with the burgers here. Like, are you making enough? And then we also don't know exactly how much they're spending here, so we have no idea if we like need to reduce taxes to like 0 or if it's even possible. But these burgers, their demand is like worth a lot less here if they're not demanding fine cloth. We're producing a good chunk of fine cloth, so we need something to really kick our tax base up. And this is also part of why you like power spikes. So like the economic, usually when the economy pops off is like when you get paper workshop printing press, and I'm guessing that this is a big function of the reason. Is this Catholic? This is Catholic specific. That's actually is kind of a sick tech. But once you get paper workshop, printers workshop, your margins open up. And if your margins open up by enough that these guys are going to be net positive, then they're going to really start crushing. The thing is, like, I kind of feel like if these guys demanded fine cloth, that they would... It's like a double equilibrium, where either fine cloth's turned off and everyone's poor, or fine cloth turned off and on and everyone's rich. Because if the fine cloth price were way higher, then they would actually make money out of these buildings. Or it's a production efficiency thing. Look, we're basically break even. If we had 20% more production efficiency, that would be insane for us right here. Right, if we were on capital economy. It would kill our RGOs, but... Because we would go from making no money to making like 3 ducats or something from this building. And right now, our tax base is like 6. We had increased the tax base by like 50%. Yeah. I guess, do Muslim pops drink? No. Not that maybe, but yeah, mashallah, Sunni stays winning. The fact that they don't demand these things that have bad PMs is actually probably good, because that makes it easier for them to afford their buy basket. And if they afford their buy basket, it's easier for them to turn on the premium goods of cloth and books and stuff. Naples does have over 20 dev, they just, our burgers are too poor. Is the negative balance for a faction resulting in actual debt, or does it indicate what they would spend if they could? They don't actually accumulate debt, it's just the free money, effectively. So when you tax them, this gets taken out of their money that they have, but then once this goes to 0, they don't accumulate a debt, so they just, like, it's just free stimulus. Our programmer pretty good at digging through the files. Well, the issue is I want the information actually just to be less opaque is the thing, but like What I want is for us to be able to more easily diagnose what the burgers in this specific location, what the burgers' income versus expenses are. We could check out their income, and we could check out how much of that income is going to taxes, right? And so we can know that marginally that they have an additional 5 ducats, but without doing all the math for it, we can't really know their total pop need buy basket unless we multiply all of these times the prices. So this is so confusing. I thought the demand works after it hits a specific thing. Well, it works after you hit a specific thing contingent on stuff sometimes. So you need the demand in place. Some things I think are not contingent. So the demand for paper and, or at least paper is not contingent whatsoever. So it doesn't matter how rich or poor they are, they will always eat the paper. Can't we export the fine cloth? We are. So if the burgers don't make enough money and they don't make enough demand, they can't make money. That is correct. The really, like, significant issue is that it's binary. It's not the case. Look, if this increased, like, linearly, where, like, at 100% income, they consumed 80% of the cloth, and at 75% income, they consumed 60% of the cloth, and, you know, et cetera, it wouldn't be as bad. But the fact that it's like a light switch really is, like, why we're getting, like, sticky here. How do you make them richer? By having buildings make more money. I mean, I think the thing is we have to go capital economy. Because this building is basically, oh, look, profit turns up. Why'd profit go up by, like, 3 ducats? Now Naples is making a ton of money. Tax base of this location went up by, like, 60%. What did we do? I'm not sure we did anything to really spike that. What? Okay, so now they're going to be able to afford stuff easier. There's still a ton of them, so I don't know if they're going to be able to afford stuff. I think they're still, in the aggregate, underwater. But the fact that we can't tax these guys as much makes them less underwater. But, okay, so I guess that's something to consider. If you're going traditional economy, nobles are going to be better because their income's going to be less contingent. I mean, I'm working on a spreadsheet for this, but their income seems less contingent on or their buy orders seem less contingent on them actually having money. Like, there's a lot more just flat buy orders. Horses are reasonably expensive, too. Maybe we keep this place rural. Where's our stud farm, though? Oh, I forgot. Stud farm has, like, an additional requirement? Shame on me. I just made a video for this. Wrong climate. Okay. You turned off taxes, right? Oh, I did turn off taxes, but I turned them back on. But is this just a delay from that? It shouldn't flip on that hard, because it takes a while for the prices to move. But yeah, maybe it is that. Or they, like, switched PMs or something. Oh, God. Pain. Making the inputs cheaper also will help. Maybe a temporary shortage on inputs. I had to catch up an hour in live stream. Moved to about 14 years. No shade. I love how you make content. Well, I'm trying to figure this thing out, man. Because this is like... the stream title even says focusing on the economy. I'm trying to figure it out. Nobles will demand what they can want without care for if they can afford it. Burgers are born with silver spoon. So true, bestie. Is there a way to not release the whole province when founding a vassal? Some provinces have more than one culture, and it's hard to split them. Not that I know of. I mean, what you can do is you can grab... Actually, that's not true. What you can do is you can just make sure you only grab one culture worth of the province in one war, release them, and then come back with another war. Or you can release... like from another province and just feed it the section of the province you want, or from one culture and feed it the rest. So we could like take some Bulgarian here and then like feed it the locations that are semi-Bulgarian. What is all this? Yeah, we wanted to wait for our navy to come back up, though. Oh, we have the control of the king now. Does that mean we have control of this? $242. We could become their fiefdom. Lol. Lol. Oh, we probably should be currying favors with these guys. We're still not 25% higher than them. I think they're still considered the union leader. I don't know why we have access to the leader, though. Do you have more cloth guilds spread around the country or around the country market? Fine cloth or regular cloth? These are using silk as an input. Portugal expanded into Castile. Wait, really? Now is the fine cloth demand higher in Naples? Well, it is because now the nobles are demanding it. A lot of our demand is from exports. No, it doesn't look like it. That's just a rebellion. That'd be sweet though, huh? Does look like they took a fat chunk of Morocco, though. I think we have the galleys we wanted, though, before declaring on biz. We don't want them to make a coalition, so we're going to want to take out biz at some point. Oh, I feel like maybe we want cannons before we do this, but I guess we could just start sieging Constantinople like immediately at the start of the war rather than going for the war goal. That's like, I'm gonna have to think about this a little bit. Just in the aggregate, or in general. I mean, I think capital economy is like the only way to make some of these buildings like super profitable. So yeah, we should be more RGO focused right now because we're trad economy. The entire last run that we did with Kilwa was one in which, actually, you know, we could put this guy in. Wow, he's so good though. We don't want him to die. We're a big fan of receiving less antagonism. But yeah, look, the money we're making went down by quite a bit, even though we're still getting the additional taxes. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's because the demand went down because the taxes went up. I think we'll send these guys out all together. And have them siege Constantinople, and then bring another half or chunk of these guys over. Bueller, come on. Get out of here with that ish. Alright. It's my shifty, yeah, is my detached siege hotkey? I thought that's what it was. I don't think we want to use that in that way. Issue is we don't have a reform we really want. Monthly religious influence is actually interesting. Not that interesting for us, but like there's some religions where we could actually benefit from it. Like Anglican, you can turn your religious influence into tax. Wait, did we lose a battle with that fat stack? Oh, we lost a battle with these guys. Yeah, okay, fair. I was like, what? I'm so confused. They did kind of what they were supposed to do, though. Can we full annex them? We might be able to full annex Biz here. I don't really have any forts, so it's just about taking Constantinople. I'm sure if we assault it, we'll do fine. I'm gonna send this guy to muck about. Build mass markets and hope they solve the economy. So auto trade is bad, it's better to drive up export. Well, the thing is, exports don't really create much demand. But yeah, for us, maybe we should be over-exporting the fine cloth. I think we're losing money to export fine cloth right now. No, I mean, we're barely making any money. We're importing furniture so it doesn't get built. So we can keep our wood price collapse. But right now our trades are pretty booty. Yeah, we forced in some additional trades that are exporting a lot of marble, even. But I think part of it is, like, we have to maybe decrease the price of a lot of these inputs. The thing is, like, at our margin, at our current margin, like, with these, like, fine cloth buildings, these higher production buildings, oh, now we're making 13 instead of 0.2 ducats. Maybe we should have written some of this stuff down. These the burgers are now up to 5 ducats. That's so much higher than it was before. But we're taxing the bejesus out of them. What's going on? They're just making more money? It's actually just, like, flipping around the thing. A lot of them are still not making money. They're underwater, but I guess they're making money in some places because now... Remember, fine cloth wasn't even on the top of the list here? Now it is. And so this is what we were... What we were trying to say is that burgers per pop consume a lot more than nobles, but then we couldn't show it to begin with. So, or they consume more than 10% of what nobles consume, which is like the threshold for which is more stimulating. But it's a little bit contingent on some things. So, I think we push cap economy next, I guess. Right now we're pushing plutocracy, which is just going to give us more burgers, which, since they're splitting the pie but among more dudes, if they aren't passing the threshold, this could actually be negative stimulus. I think it should really be stepladdery instead of binary. I guess, like, I'm probably the only person who cares about this type of issue, though. Or, like, I feel like the average... The U4 player is not caring about this very much. I shouldn't have gone in there with no general. I was just like, we have way more dudes, but... One of these gives stab. Much better. Yeah. So we'll maybe go for a full annex here on Biz. And then feed to subjects, and then we're kind of off to the races. Ish. I wish we kind of figured this out a little bit better. The economy is just getting down the ratios and production bonuses quite tough indeed. From a design perspective, it's difficult, you mean? I've always been on a always max tax kicks before your kill war run, but it's crazy how strong lenient taxation was. Burger maxed out roads in like a decade. Yeah, the burgers are pretty smart about it, so like, if you're gonna... The fact that we're spending so much money on roads, if we couldn't force the burgers underwater, because if they're underwater, I think it's worth it to just peel more money from them. Then us taxing them low, they would build a lot of the roads we want anyway. I don't know, I think the income versus expenses thing is broken. I don't know what circumstance it happens, but when I've tried with 0 versus max tax, it didn't impact it one bit. Well, we're seeing it kind of seeming to have an effect. It's just with areas with tons and tons of burgers, you just can't make enough tax base to make them flip this. The thing is, it's more of a light switch on, like, if you have a lot of burgers in this location, you can make it work, and if you don't, you can't, because if we take a look at Naples... Okay, so now Naples is back down to, like, slumming it. They're back down to, like, 10 tax base, and this location has 30% of that tax base, but they only have 720 burgers, whereas this has 15,000 burgers, and so that means that, like, the burgers here might actually demand the cloth. they do demand fine cloth. And the burghers here do not demand fine cloth. I mean, I don't even need to look at it, but, like, they are. Just kidding. What? There's no way they're making enough money per guy. If anyone is not making enough money per guy, it would be all the burghers here. They're making 10 ducats. Suddenly I'm very much more confused. I mean, the tax base here is 0.86 for 600 burgers. And they're eating fine cloth, man. Okay, I don't know what to say. Maybe it's just not even functioning properly. It's like, it's difficult to check because we can't check the ratio. Like, there's no really good way to check the ratio. How long were you, time of the value of fine cloth were you tracking it from? Maybe started buying fine cloth in Naples, but stopped buying jewelry because they didn't have enough money. They buy jewelry first. I guess you just need to shake the tax slider. I hope that's not it. I hope it's not just shake the slider every once in a while. I've been wanting linear demand, not binary, from dev for a while. Feels way better. Yeah. Or like, yeah, even like 3 tiers would be so much better than 2 tiers. I assume linear demand was the default design. No, there was no, like, there was no a demand turns on or off before. And so what would happen before is like, places would just go mega underwater. What would happen before is the nobles always ate like 3 times what they made in income, and it was constant. And then they introduced this modifier to make it, to kind of tamp that down, but also to make it so that when your economy grows, you know, so does demand, this type of thing. I hate that that setting turns off. Because we had that setting on before. I think it's when you auto-reorganize the army it does that. What are we looking at if we just full annex them? Is this just wishful thinking? Maybe this is just way too aggressive. What's the end tag look like for other people? Bulgaria gets big pissed, so... I really would love to release a subject that had Byzantium and just Byzantium. Minus Constantinople, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take, like... I don't think those guys are releasable as a, historic guy. Is there a way for us to check cores? Let's unsiege this guy. We'll experiment with that. That's what I figured out as well. As at the moment, their income versus expenses just broken. No, it's not even. It's not like always broken because we just noticed them not consuming the fine cloth. But it seems like detached from the amount of money they make, which is what it's supposed to be attached to. But the UI is such in game that you like can't check it. So like I don't know what to do. Maybe they just check and see if they have money in the bank, and if no, like, I don't know. So compared to Vic 3, how bad is the EU5 simulated economy? Well, it's simulating some stuff, like infrastructure and, like, this type of stuff, which Vic 3 does not do a very good job of. But as far as demand goes, yeah, there's, like, it's not even close. Like, Vic 3 has SOL and this type of stuff. We're not even talking about, like, in that neighborhood of, like, complexity. And Vic 3 is just generally a lot more grounded. There's a lot less like random demand. Or sorry, when money is spent in Vic 3, it doesn't just delete the money and like light it on fire. It's a lot more subtle. I mean, the satisfaction on the noble is not inconsequential because we could tax them more. But who knows whether or not that's good. Diplo traditions is somewhat intriguing. We actually kind of would like the progress towards free subjects, at least at this juncture, but I don't think it's worth taking 20 stab to swap this over. I mean, what the issue is what we really want is harbor administration. We just don't have enough. Maybe we just sit on it until we get harbor admin. I have no idea how long it's going to be, though. It's probably a while. It's so long to push naval. We have like 31. Yeah. Whatever we do, I think we want to keep Bulgaria out of... we could take as much as possible as long as Bulgaria is not going to come after us afterwards. Meanwhile, Vic 3, every pop has different demands based on SOL, which is fancier and linear. Fancier than linear, and also different for every type of good. Yeah. No, I mean, SOL is just way better, but like, EU5 doesn't have the performance budget. Like, that's like Vic 3's performance budget is like that. Like, that's that and pops. Producing a good in market increases the demand for the good in the market, yes. By like 10 or 20%, it's actually quite a bit. But almost all goods are produced in most markets. This building will employ up. That we could use. We still don't have a burger yet to push plutocracy. We could put in the Crown Prince, though, I guess. Actually... let's do this. Because he has better stats, and then... my kingdom for a noble who's not old. Don't hate the Diplo rep improvement. Because So we're about to be signing a peace deal anyways. We'll swap it to dev afterwards. Is there a breach? Not that I think we want to assault. No, there's not even a breach. What are we researching right now? I think the word you mean is analog, not linear. What? I think the tax-based issue in Naples stems from trade. Exporting produced goods is really not reliable. It could be partially because of trade. That's true. Recently played China had zero demand for refined cloth nationwide, even at all, no taxes. And I guess it could be the fact that none of your locations are making enough money and you have too many burgers, such that the burgers aren't getting the ratio on the demands. So, like, it seems like it does differentiate based on location in some way. I just don't know if it's working properly. Don't lie, they are literally using the money as smoking paper. True. Still playing Kowan and found myself starting to own big chunks of Spain. Any advice on what to do with land? Not like I'm ever gonna get procs there. Move the capital to Spain. Make it as subjects? I don't know. Not have gone for the land to begin with? If it's not gonna be valuable? I assume you kind of paid a cost for it, but I guess you're raiding for slaves, but there's not too many Castilians in the aggregate. Maybe we could come back for this later, because we're going to already have max literacy, and I don't know if we will have already pushed everything up. But yeah. I think the Crown Power ones are kind of worth picking up, so... Oh. 50 naval's not that hard to push. More than 50 is. It is in our circumstance. Because we weren't in control of this leader, and he got a general trait, so... I mean, getting an admiral trait and putting a guy in charge of the navy, yeah, that will make it easier. If you could do that. We couldn't do that. Now we can... I mean, we could put his heir in charge of a navy to try and get him to roll an admiral trait, I guess. I mean, maybe that's okay. Because it does seem like they are much more likely to roll an admiral trait, so let's do that, I guess. I haven't played Central Release, worth picking up at the moment, or wait for a patch? The patch is going to be a month away, so... I think it would be worth starting a new game right now if you wanted to play it. The AI is very, very aggressive, though. If that bothers you, then wait. AI does some funky stuff, and the entirety of the HRE kind of gets clobbered. So it depends how much you mind that, I would say. It's so marginal, occupying that so we could, like, do it like a day faster or whatever. Oh my god, I thought that was Constantinople. I was like, how did that happen? Alright, we're getting close though. Tax base is back under 10. I wish I could see fine cloth demand over time. That would make diagnosing this a little bit easier. cathedrals. Increase migration attraction. Kirsan, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. The reason looking at this building because looking at the cathedral because it increases fine cloth demand. I mean, we do have a wood collapse here. We have a ton of money. Adding these where we know we have a lot of pops. Or at least a decent chunk of pops. Still not sure if I want to demote this saffron. Oh, is this the... This is a tiny province, right? Yeah. Well, I think it'd be a decent one for producing the beer. We don't really care as much about extracting the value of the beer as we do, we think, decreasing the cost of it. And RGOs are going to be kind of our friend more so than buildings right now. Shock Salerno's doing that much. Trying to keep an eye on this as well. These will make trades better. They'll make... Ideally, we're hoping that some of this actually affects pop consumption as well. Makes them consume more fine cloth by making the wine cheaper. So that our margins can get better. What do our margins look like here anyways? 13. 1.8. I wish we had a bunch of economic stats, not the silly income graph. I left feedback during, like... I mean, so the thing is whenever you leave feedback, it gets prioritized, and I don't think this is a high priority, but I did leave feedback that this was basically a useless graph, and I wish, like, almost anything else was there. Could try with the air, yeah. You're playing as large markets. Say China, do you delete markets you have no control in? I remember you saying build markets, control around power bases. What do you do with distant markets? Well, to some extent you're going to need to tolerate them because lack of market access completely turns off buildings. You just like look at them as being less critical for the production of tax base. And so your sensitivity towards tax-based considerations becomes a lot lower, but like you still care about locations for like stuff like for lumber mills. Your lumber mills will only produce wood, or the amount of wood they get produced is decreased by market access. You really don't care about lumber mills adding tax base. You care about the fact that they're producing lumber. And like where's another example I think we could find, like sheep farms. We don't really care that we're not making money off the sheep farms. It's not that big a deal. We just want more wool in the market, right? And also more food, which they are providing. So it becomes better for providing inputs and food when it's like a low control market. If you're playing China, though, eventually you get a lot of control everywhere, so you don't really care. Yeah. Noble's demand went from 1.6 to basically half that last you checked. So these guys before... Oh, they were in the 30s before, and their monthly expenses... Okay, they've gone down. These guys were in the 40s. These guys have come up way high. Now, part of this is actually because they're demoting. It's not the same number of nobles. Because we're pushing plutocracy, and we just got off of aristocracy. So I think that there's some promotion and demotion. But there was like 14 times as many of these guys before, and now it's a lot more. It's like 16 times as many burghers as nobles, because we're currently promoting burghers and this type of thing. Wish we had a bunch of economy stats over time. Maybe the economy is moving in waves. Pops needs upscale and then downscales. They could have their own capacity for good. Can you elaborate on distributing value? Disturbing value versus decreasing costs of goods? I'm not sure what you mean by the question. I've generally found from going capital economy to be extremely good for economy, but I'm terribly at making trade income. No, I mean, we want to go cap economy right now. We're just like... I want to finish our plutocracy push before we put in a bunch of stuff. Because having high traditional economy is still better than being close to zero. You don't want to be close to zero on, like, anything. So, if we are going to push capital economy, we want to push a lot of it, so... This is going to help with promotions as well. How are we looking on institutions? Are we at the point where it's... Yeah, okay, we're just going to embrace this because it's 3 stab. We like 3 stab cost for just the research speed. I think we'll do that. We'll do this for the research speed as well. And then I think the next thing we go for is... We're going to add it at the back of the queue, but I think we want barks. We don't necessarily need barks. We could just use entirely galleys to start out. Because we do have the upgraded galley. Yeah, so the reason that we went this was kind of so that we would be able to push the institutions faster, but it ends up, like, not mattering. Let's actually do this. And then come back in and do that after pushing some of these ship stuff. And then let's get the barracks. And kind of want to get men-at-arms over going cavalrymen, but cavalrymen are just way better. Do we need a really standing army right now? If you need it ASAP, men-at-arms is going to be a lot better. If we're using levies, also men-at-arms is okay. Cavalry is like so much better on this patch, though. I think we will decide later what we want to do with that to suit our needs. Like if we're facing down Bohemia, then we're gonna need something, and if we're not, then it's kind of not that big a deal. Are we pulling ahead? Oh, we're not even like pulling far ahead. Jesus. Like, it's looking like we're gonna win, but it's close. Alright, this creates a lot of demand for paper and also other stuff. Education elites law. Which one do we want? Is education in the court locked behind being monarchy? I don't think we're gonna do it. I think we're going education of the people, but curious. I think we've lost our bonus, yeah. Some people really think that I should stay Catholic. Dr. Kane, welcome, welcome. Why is the Papa state not vassalized? Because the Mama state didn't approve. I understand how the graph made it to any build of the game. I mean, if you don't care that much about the economy, it's kind of nice. The thing is, it would also actually be useful if it covered more than 6 months, but like, more than a year. But it's like, actually, like, when you open up this tab to diagnose something, it means you're already aware that there's a funky trajectory. So then just seeing the funky trajectory you're already aware of is like not useful. You're already like, something's amiss. And then it's not even showing, like, your tax base over time is like a way more useful graph. If they just showed this would be better. Excited for Mayu mod. RGOs are supposed to be absolutely essential and supposedly impossible to run out of peasants in the first 200 years because you're not meant to urbanize that much. Interesting. We'll see how it goes. You know, half our days are named Greg and the other half's named Ian. It's the Gregorian calendar. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a knee slapper. Gregorian. I haven't prioritized moving off aristocracy at all, really. Yeah, maybe we flubbed the order. The thing is we have unique content that requires being a republic. So unless we have an event that flips us republic, you have to get started on that like right away. Dead center at 0 for a value feels bad. No modifiers for you. Would like to have values as triangular rather than linear. Might be interesting design space. I think that would be yeah, that'd be sweet. Just 28 more stab and the Age of Wald will start. What's this? France. Maybe we should just flip Waldian now. How much of our demand is from books is for buildings? Maybe this is the way forward. Because the thing is, our estates need to pay 100% of what they consume. The building maintenance, we only have to pay 20%. It's already auto-expanding, though. When did this happen? What the hell is this? I don't remember giving him access to it. That must be part of the Ghibellines and Guelphs thing. Wonder who I'm going to give the rest of this to. Whether it's this guy or this guy. I think we're going to annex all that, though. Is there anything special about Catholicism? In the really early game, it's nice for pushing in tag. Why is your clergy so happy? Yeah, we can take a look. Here are the modifiers. We have a lot of his privileges. It's probably the biggest thing. Is it me or is the graph just dropped to income when you have plenty of income? Well, it's net income, I think. Or sorry, the minimum balance in the last 12 months. Oh, it just actually... Wait, what? Yeah, so... It's showing not raw income, but net. I think it might include also when you spend money. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I don't pay attention to it anymore. I haven't in a long while. Why does your estates section at the top of the toolbar still look old? It might be because I have a mod for when you get over 1 million ducats that actually displays decimals. Because that does interfere with things. Evolved for the Vault. Yeah. Flipping literacy won't destroy... flipping now won't destroy your literacy as much as flipping later. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. We can't flip it, though. We could change the game rule. It was always the plan. This seems like awfully disruptive. To force us to wait. A fat roog. I don't like this. I don't like... It's like disruptive to the run to not... Ooh, we're running into food issues maybe. Let's actually kind of do maybe a couple things for that. Those will expand out very quickly. And then continually expand. Okay, I think... We have a couple options here, chat. We can wait for the Reformation, because we're not going Orthodoxy, because Orthodoxy kind of blows. We can flip Waldensian by changing the game rule. We just need to have it present in our country. We can wait. Yeah, we can wait for Reformation. We can flip Waldensian right now, or we can flip other Christian heresy. So maybe we run a quick poll. But I think we're going to make a commitment of what we're going to do. Or we could reload and flip from... But that seems like extra steps. But we are gonna stay Christian. We're not gonna flip Sunni. We've done enough Sunni as is. Game rule flip Sanjiao. We're not flipping Sanjiao. we're gonna be Christian this run. It doesn't feel very good, but it is what it is. I wonder if they take Avignon and punt the Papal States out. I hope not. Flip Sanjiao, shake my head, not like this. Ortho kind of blows. What's a cool alternative in your opinion? Well, I really want to take a look at Anglican for, like, testing for another run. So, I'm kind of inclined to flip Anglican. But it looks like you guys want to flip Waldensian now with 14 votes. And Twitch, of course, is saying, what about our representation? Big true. If you're in Twitch and you just write what you want your vote to be, I will count that. If you're in YouTube, no going over to Twitch just to write an additional vote. No double voting. Not allowed. I'm just blind, actually. And for some reason, I thought that was the French army. I don't know why that didn't register in my head. I saw that army and everything. I don't know what I'm doing. Alright. Unfortunately, when we leave, we're gonna stop gaining... we weren't even considered blockading them anyways. I guess they have a really fat fort, so that makes sense. Oh, yikes. Yeah, my brain auto-completed some nonsense. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Except that's not an excuse. That's just like a way of saying I'm stupid in a different way. Oh, and this, we wanted to put the heir in charge. Oh, the heir's already in the cabinet, so we can't. But we do have in the cabinet a burger. Or the potential of a burger. So, we want him because that allows us to roll parliaments. And the Crown Prince, we will make an admiral. God, this is such a hot mess. Wow, it chases him through 2 engagements? I guess the other engagement we didn't even get to. Alright. Anglicans is one. Why not straw poll? Just drop the link in both chats because it takes longer. Takes a lot longer to set up a straw poll. Okay, so if we game rule other Christian... No, flipping walled is just overwhelmingly what's popular. Okay. Oop. We could even still keep Iron Man. Oh no, wait. Does this let us flip to anyone even if they're not present? No, 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 okay. We will have to break Iron Man. Oh no. Oh wait, we don't want that. That's AI religious conversion. Alright. We were planning on flipping World's Easy and we just didn't pull the trigger. Oh, part of it was the Hungary consideration. Oh well. That's why we weren't flipping. It's all coming back to me in a blur. We wanted to keep the Union. Oh, we haven't even established it. Let's just establish it. We can't, I think we can't even do that interaction anyways, because I don't want to do math or anything, but that was looking like we had more than 25% more than them. Not by a lot, but... Peace imminent before we can occupy Constantinople. Jesus. That feels so bad, man. Wow. We actually will have to try and assault it, but there's no breach. There's no way we could do this. That is so obnoxious. We basically started off the war doing that. I think we could pay a little bit more on the stab. We're gonna switch to pushing cap economy now. Okay, 0.36 a month. And I think we have some law changes too, that'll also help. I'm not 100% sure we can unbrick this, but I think it's fine. Democracy equals when 13 voters decide for 160 viewers. I mean... actually, that's like true democracy, because if you've looked at voting engagement, it sucks. Peace imminent has never been enforced on me. I think it's probably bugged. I think I've seen it enforced on me. Alright, we have 30k pops here, so we could probably auto-expand out the farming villages here as well. They're gonna make themselves unprofitable, I think, before they cap out. The PM's got them kind of low. Can't remember if wood or clay is the input. I think clay is actually the input. Yeah. So in theory, this one's gonna be real nice. Oh my god, I thought we had a guy in charge here. I thought we had an adult in the room. Thank you. Alright, this is what we were thinking of taking. Specifically, what I want to avoid is having Bulgaria or Wallachia inside of a coalition. It looks like this does avoid that pretty easily. We don't care that Biz is in a coalition. Yeah, now that, because we're getting some Bulgarian people in here, we're upsetting Bulgaria. But upsetting Bulgaria a little bit's fine. We just don't want them plus 50. Maybe we should have gone for Trebizond here. I think Synopsis is releasable as something. War reparations for them is probably going to be pretty close to useless after they're left with all that. Actually, wait. Is full annex make sense here? I was thinking that was maybe not an option. Currently at 52. I don't think we've had too many battles, so we might be able to swing it by just battles alone. Oh, by the way, why we swapped off of this is because this also gives some progress towards cap economy. I mean, we would like to take this because I think there's a releasable here. Yeah, this guy. We only need a small chunk, though, to be able to deck Trebizond, but they don't like it. So we'd have to do this. We don't have any... yeah. Just maybe not in the cards for us. Actually, wait, let's look at the Antag. No, this doesn't piss anyone off too much. Unreal. Managing antagonism, like, the way that discounts work, it's like, I don't like it. It's like, way too easy to, like, invest in it and basically invalidate the entire mechanic. I don't think we're going to be able to get enough war score here in, like, the time period we have, so... Alright, I think we just take the full annex. This is full annex, right? Would cease to exist. Show me the modifier. That's such a strong modifier. Us just getting free +2 approval of heresy. For eternity. Alright, so... double check the province. Alright. integrate this. And then let's change these guys to dev province. And then these guys to cap economy. And we see that some of our guys are disloyal now. So let's see what that's about. All vassals relative to overlord. We don't even have that many vassals. Rivaling Bulgaria is probably fine. When will you play England? Probably soonish to do some Anglican nonsense. Is it most profitable better for capital economy? No, I really think that you want the infrastructure stuff first. Libraries unfortunately don't count as infrastructure. Yet another case of negative modifiers being terrible for game design. I agree. The good old so true bestie. Yeah. I'm gonna make a couple vassals. Just gonna sort by most competent and then do people that are women, but not, what is it? Crown characters. And then the rest fiefdoms. I don't know. I feel like I've been screaming from that tower for forever now, though. That's an option. I don't think we're going to release Byzantium. Because we want to hold on to the capital so that we control the market capital. Oh, do we want to make these guys colonies, though? Colonies are just so OP, but that means that's like a commitment to saying, hey, we're not going to annex this guy. Because we can't annex colonies. And I think we definitely can project control down here. I think that we don't create colonies. It's also like maybe shouldn't be a thing. And if it shouldn't be a thing, maybe we shouldn't do it. I'm gonna make this guy a vassal too, because we're gonna annex that guy. Probably he's gonna be one of the earlier guys on the chopping block, I'd say. Gonna just hand Achaia the rest of the province they already have a chunk of. I'm just gonna hand this guy the other province, or the other location that we only have one location in the province. Maybe we should start pushing Salerno here. We have so much more pop, though, in Naples. Gravel Road expand is kind of nice. I think that we're going to go sponsor Cathedral, though. So we can push, like, Spiritualist up quite a bit. Okay, so we have the rest of the areas. Make this guy a vassal as well. Just trying to be a little bit leery of if we are going to spike the modifier for if vassal's too strong relative to overlord. So the only province we are keeping ourselves is the one that has the market capital, because if we wait a month, we will see a lot of stuff flip to Constantinople. It's also going to be very nice for us to have like a lot of trade capacity. Where's the marketplace, dog? Okay. Marketplaces count as infrastructure, so they'll siphon off the other buildings. Actually, we'll just max them out. I think that's fine enough. Tax exemption. Nice that we can roll that now. I think we're kind of fine giving that away, so... Oh, we shouldn't have clicked that yet. We should click the burger stuff first. We don't really mind getting a cathedral produced. There's a couple laws we want to change maybe, but I think that'll be fine for us. We can swap off of Latin later. I don't think we want to at this moment. Give away Constantinople, release biz, then take the city back and eat the disloyalty? No, because these guys are going to make markets. I don't want any of that nonsense. I don't want a bunch of random markets out in the middle of nowhere. We have to control the market, otherwise, like, these guys are going to make their own markets, and we don't want that. Now, order will be restored to the forest, and these guys will have much more reasonable markets. We can just integrate it. Can you abandon the colony and conquer it later if you care about the pop growth? Yes, we could. Did you figure out the fine cloth and demand at the end? You came back... Not a resolution that we were very satisfied with. We confirmed that it does seem to matter per location, but the modifier seems like it might not be applying properly. I'm not really sure of that. What's a good spot in the market for Greece? I kind of don't like having a Greek market. It kind of sucks, but it's got a food issue, for starters. If you're gonna make it, I think Athens is kind of okay, but it's like, it's roughish terrain. Could also make it in here, I guess. Like maybe right here. The Constantinople market's like one of the most awkward ones. And the more like hills and this type of stuff you have, the less you want to create a market center there, generally speaking. And just like the entire region's like really rough. Like the Dubrovnik market is like a feels bad concession that maybe should be like right here or something. I don't know. Look at the AI go, brother. What's their tax base? Hungary is looking like they're doing all right. Hungary's doing better than we are. Hungary should be doing better than we are, but to be fair, we have a bunch of subjects. Alright. Maybe you shouldn't have done that yet. I don't know if I have enough... Oh, okay, I do. To ship back the non-levy army. Which is in 3 different places? Gah. are we doing on food now? How about here? I'm not sure that food issue is gonna remain, but there's also not a whole lot we could do about it. Let's see if any of our subjects have... Okay. That is a lot of depopped areas. Another reason why I kind of don't like the Athens market. It often doesn't have, or a market down here, it often doesn't have that much pops, and look, they are all on top of Athens. Not that every game's gonna look like this, but generally it's just kind of awkward. There's maybe like a solution here that involves like not having a Constantinople market and having like a market in like Smyrna. Like having a market here and a market up here maybe is like the way it makes sense. You make it make sense. Where the Athens market will be closer to the Smyrna market, and so this will be a little bit better. And there's also gets rid of this dead zone over here, down here a little bit, and then there's like a dead zone up here, and then something like this, and then the moving this market over or something. But there's like there's no like internal area that's like really, really good for this market. I mean, maybe over here, but the rough terrain is just like difficult to go through. Do you think so? You think that Naples is the strongest Italian start? Probably. What are the Waldesian modifiers? Yeah, let's take a look. We get religious influence, literacy, max literacy, clergy power minus, peasant power plus. So that's kind of fine. We could swap these up. We don't have aspects, and so like this is the kind of the big thing is we're currently waiting to take a look at our aspects. But we probably will be earning a lot more from trade. Yeah, we were earning like 2 ducats from trade last time we looked. And I have a sneaking suspicion we will be in charge of the trade here. Not by an enormous margin, but our marketplaces haven't finished yet. And our trade cap is making, well, like 6.6 ducats a trade capacity, so it's kind of good shape. Oh, what's this? They're back. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. What's that about? Rebellion against Serbia. We kind of want them to succeed. We could deck on Serbia right now. So cute. Oh, we don't have a CB. Thought we had a CB on them. Or we have a CB on their subject. Just to make it so Biz wins. Who's unloyal? Luca. Please tell me we're still winning this. God, just barely. 78% to 77. That's insane, dude. I think we're gonna make one on Verona again. Or try to. I feel like it requires that we have a coast, though. I should be being more precise with our diplomats, generally. How's the demand? I think it was like in the teens, lower teens. Demands for burgers is driving this up quite a lot now, which it wasn't before. So let's check the profitability. We had like just under 10 tax. Look at the tax base in Naples is more than doubled. And I'm pretty sure it's off the back of, no, not this as much. Another thing I really wish that's not in the UI is where the tax base is coming from. I really wish I could hover this and see where it's coming from. Books. We monstrously increased demand for books with all the libraries. Yeah. I'm gonna make a little bit of a note because the amount of money that we're taking in, I think, actually exceeds the building maintenance we're paying on the libraries. We're paying like 2.81. I'm pretty sure we're taking more in from taxes by the stimulus. We maybe make a video on this. Make sure you return your library book. Going after some places I know we want to keep urban. I don't think we have any more buttons to click here. Trying to remember to... Yeah, we gotta remember to get off the spiritualist. Looks like one of our advisors died as well. Ooh, limited appointments. I don't think we're gonna go with a character that's not a Crown Power character or a burger. We don't want to somehow get locked in without those. Has this guy gotten a naval trait yet? If he, as soon as he gets a naval trait, we'll take him outside. My seniority has been established. Oh, this is gonna give us air religion of the senior possible, if possible. Alright, let's try and get this. Looks like the med galleys still need to work their way up. What are we researching now? It's not what we wanted. We're going to docks. Okay, cool. God damn it. I was trying to exit out of the menu. I don't know. I didn't see what that gave. Looks like lumber is good in collapse now. We finally done it, chat. The mission has been accomplished, so... Gonna keep pushing the RGOs. Did we urbanize that already? We did not. Is there still a food problem here? No, it's refilling. Cool. Money maxing Waldesians is currently super ironic. What's the good looking juice? So I actually have a mix of two things in there. I have, I think some of it is Sonic drink, and then some of it is this energy rush. So instead of drinking an energy drink, I'm drinking this. I think each one of these has 200 grams of caffeine, or milligrams. Sorry, not grams. Grams would kill me. Why is your gold like that? It's a mod that makes it so that it will show decimals more, or show more decimals, which allows you to see decimals once it gets over 1 million. EU5 your favorite game, or you still have a soft spot for Vic3? I'm enjoying playing EU5 more, but I think I'm going to play a Vic3 run pretty soon here. What do you think of the equivalent of Bailiff, but for market access? I don't like it because it's like a market center. A market center is like the center for market access, I think. I don't even know if I think I like the fact that you can add marketplaces to get more market access. I mean, that's what we're going to do, but... like here, we can add more to get more market access. That's probably going to make a lot of sense for us to do. Just the thing is, like, right now this makes us almost no money when we do it. They're not really that profitable a venture. But the money they do make is better than tax-based money, so there's that. The radiation part, yeah. Did I miss the debate between EU5 and Vic3? It didn't happen. It's kind of always happening. People ask me those questions a lot. I kind of don't like it because I think they're like a lot different, and I think that like what I really enjoy is figuring out games. I think I've done a lot of the like figuring out that's to be done on like Vic3. I could do more with like min-maxing for companies and this type of thing. And investment pool via companies, and like, is agrarianism viable now? And like, demand driven, like, there's still like stuff there. So, but like, a big part of it is like, I've made like over 200 tutorials for Vic3. And like, I feel like I've figured it out more than I have EU5. And that part's like the interesting thing for me. Like, Vic3 is by far the most game I've ever played at any point in time. I'm not like, I play this game forever and always. In fact, in my, like, Steam library, if I, like, look at my most played games, my most played here, sharing this dangerous? Questions we have to ask ourselves. My most played game is Vic3 with 3,700 hours. Second most played is EU4 with 1,500 hours. And this is not including EU5. I played EU5 3 different versions. Next is Warframe with 1,000 hours. But that was when I played Warframe when I listened to podcasts a lot. So like that was just like a lot of like listening to podcasts. Then Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14, because like I'm an Uber weeb for 902. Then it's the EU5 beta, which is not even released EU5 with 778. Then it's EU5 with 658. Then it's Civilization 6, 658. Three Kingdoms The Last Warlord, again, the weeb. Except I think it's only weeb for Japan. I don't know what the term is for China. But 580. Then EU3, 439. Then CK3, 423. And then what would be, if it showed up in my library, which it doesn't anymore, the early creator access of EU5 with like 337, and then Civ 7, which I had tried to make like a push on with 280 hours. So out of like the top 10 games that I have, or I guess it's slightly more than top 10, out of the top 11 games, 3 of them are EU5. And then like overwhelmingly, like I have more Vic3 hours than other hours, and so like a lot of it is just like I've played a lot of Vic3, man. What are your thoughts on the strat moving the capital of Sevilla, Cordoba? Release the subject northern part of the country and focus food RGOs. I don't really like releasing when I have cores. I'm a little bit leery about it. It's not necessarily bad. It can be kind of okay. I just like, you know, kind of hem and haw a little bit about it. I think the capital you want, though, is Sueda. Just long term. Is the best capital for Castile. That way you can take slaves. Okay, so we can afford more galleys. We have 3 galleys. Let's go up to 10. Securing our seat in Poland. So we just get a bunch of free shit and they get the stick? Yeah, okay. I kind of like maintaining at least 0.5 diplomats. Man, we are really firmly in... We're almost GP here. Interesting, somewhat of a generalist. Yeah, I mean, I really love figuring out games. There's a lot of dynamism for EU5 now. Also this, like, EU5's changing a lot, so that means I get to update my opinion on stuff. Also, I feel like I can actually affect the outcomes of EU5. And I don't think I can... I don't think I have, like, very much influence over the Vic3 devs relative to what I have over EU5 devs. Especially right now, early on, so I think there's a timing window element to that. That's a lot of hours, yeah. So, like, and I don't, like, leave the game on AFK, really. Like, for, like, the past, like, 4 years, like, or 3.5 years, I think it's 3.5 years, at least, like, 2 hours, like, or 2 years from Vic3's release, I played the game, like, 4 hours a day on average or something. And some stuff has changed, and like I don't have a trade video on the updated trade system. I probably should. But do you have a quick post-mortem about Civ 7? I was trying to force so Civ 7 I was thinking that at the start of last year, my thought was, okay, I can maybe make like one big push to try and branch out, but just Vic3 is not going to cover it for me financially. This is like another aspect of that is the Vic3 audience isn't big enough for me to like support myself in a trajectory on a career path that like makes any sense versus me just like entering the professional sector and like working some office job, which I could get. And, like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a big push on Civ 7. If that doesn't work out, I think I gotta be done with content creation, because I don't make enough money. It's, like, significantly less than minimum wage, and so... Okay, and when I was making a push on Civ 7, that's when I got invited into, like, the EU5 track, and was told that I was gonna be invited to, like, test the game out early, or... Actually, I don't think I was told anything like that. I was told... I'd get to see Project Caesar. They were vague about it. I forget exactly what I was told. But then I was like, okay, well then, we'll see how Civ 7 goes. Maybe I can branch out there. Civ 7 kind of wasn't very good. And the viewer base really died up very fast. And so then I couldn't do that anymore. And then it was like, okay, well, I have an opportunity with the EU5. Maybe I can make it work. Maybe I can't. We'll see what I can do. Cinephile is a term for people like Chinese stuff, but doesn't carry the same phlegmatic connotation of the term weeb. Yeah, I wanted it to be self-deprecating, not like cinephile. You should make it an EU5 podcast. You seem like a thoughtful person. I have like a few episodes of podcasts. I guess I should just get back on recording it. Generalist is actually Johan in a bald cap. I think Johan probably is the person who's like singularly most responsible for me staying in content creation. Because I don't think I get invited without Johan, and I didn't give Vic3 opportunities to do like contract work for them until after like I was not like on any type of track really in terms of Paradox's internal structure from my Vic3 stuff. It's just like I got inserted because of the EU5 stuff, and then I got a bunch of Vic3 opportunities. So like, because of the way I produce content, like I think what they care about is like average view per video, and my views per video is awful. Yeah. Johan is generalist and awake. Big true. Oh, it's like stuck. I do have a wig off to the side. Do you have any other jobs? No, I'm just doing this. If I was playing purely for fun, I would play way more variety. But, I'm not playing purely for fun. What's our pop look like here? But... oh, we just have no control over there. We're about to have control in a lot more places, though. What do you think of the idea that cities and towns that have 100 control give bonus proximity, like Bailiff? Really enjoy your content, by the way. Thank you so very much. I am a fan of not being able to really project control to far off areas a whole lot. There was a bunch of flat control modifiers before release, and I was pretty strongly advocating for flat control to be taken out of the game in a lot of spots. I think it, for the most part, you can't get like flat control modifiers, and the way I see it is like just giving 100 proximity to a location is kind of like flat control. Like, I think the lieutenancy building is just absolutely insane, but the Ottomans, Legacy of Osman, before release, used to give plus 20 flat control. This used to be plus 20 flat control. Or plus 10? I don't know. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was obscene and clearly the best gov reform. It's still one of the best gov reforms. It was just absolutely insane. There were a lot more modifiers that just gave flat control and more buildings that gave flat control, and I'm not that much a fan of it, because if cities and towns gave 100 control, you basically would not need to care about infrastructure or where you put your capital or like expanding out from your capital, because you'd be able to get back control everywhere, and then you'd just be able to conquer everything and like get full value from everything. And I really like the idea that there's a constraint that forces you kind of to make the best of like the territory near you, and like I think that is more interesting that way. I think Viceroyalty is a building I don't like being in the game, for example, and that's kind of exactly what you're wanting, I think, with your question. Which is, this gives proximity of 30 in towns and cities. And I kind of think that, and it can be built overseas, so it's not constrained like the Bailiff, where you can only build it in like areas near your capital. I think it's a problem. No one tells Martin what to do. Meanwhile, Johan is like a leaf in the wind. Getting a chainsaw change proves that Martin recognizes your existence, which is a miracle in and of itself. I think Doodles had a lot to do with the chainsaw change. And I've spoken with Doodles a lot. But I also was, like, rampaging about the chainsaw change very, very vocally for a very long time. Some things get changed really quick, though. I made the bankruptcy was untouched for, like, a year and a half, and then I made a video on how bankruptcy was actually OP, and then, like, it got changed the next week. I don't know. Peak was Civ 7, was all downhill from there. What happened with Project Caesar anyway? I don't know. Did they even release the game? What happened with Project Caesar? How are we doing here? 0.014 a month. That's a lot of dev. Dev also really gives a lot of pop attraction, so there's a lot of like subtle aspects of why having a bunch of dev near your capital is good. Basically, all the modifiers are way more valuable when they're like right on top of your capital. Plus flat control everywhere is absolutely bonkers. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The like bailiffs also used to give effectively double the amount of flat control, because bailiffs used to give 30 proximity, and proximity used to be a 1-to-1 ratio in terms of how much control it would give. So if you just built a bailiff, what is it? What's another one? So the value... Inward versus outward? Outward? This... Any place you see like a monthly control modifier, it was likely like a flat control modifier. This used to give 5% flat control. So you would go bailiff, 30 control. It being a core, 50 control. Go inward, 55 control. And then I think there might have been like a tech or something that would get you to 60 control. And then there was a building you could build. Oh, so that's 60 control. No, not a tech. So you're at 55. Then you get a city. Now you're at 65. A temple, now you're at 70. So 70 control in a place that's not connected to the capital at all. And that makes it so, like, mathematically, like, you just owning everything makes a lot more sense. I think you do well branching into some other titles. Terra Invicta comes to mind. The problem with Terra Invicta is, like, I feel like a game that's been around a long while, I can't really... I don't think I can provide the same value. Like, I'm looking for games like Terra Invicta, like, when they come out, is maybe kind of something I'm more in the... From a content creation, gonna try and do. Like, if they made a Hoey 5, I would probably try and go Hoey 5 as well. Right? Because I think that, where I have a strength, maybe, is figuring games out quickly and, like... solving the things, but like Terra's probably already solved, so spending 500 hours to learn Terra Invicta and just kind of like realize I don't really have too much to say would be like a big sink. Maritime presence doesn't seem to reduce proximity costs for markets the same way. It doesn't. Maritime is not useful. Harbors are, but just barely, so yeah, which is why Greece sucks, since those mountain shorelines, you're supposed to rule the waves, not the land. Yeah, so this is one of the reasons why I don't like a Greece market, is because, like, if you make a market here, your market access is still gonna suck ass over here. And so... And it won't be that much better than a Constantinople, like, market. So at that point, like, the benefit you're getting from an additional market is not that high, but, like, the downside you're getting, which is, like, less supply and demand in a specific market, is, like, considerable. Kind of sad Project Caesar got canceled as an influencer. They actually gave me early access to it, but a couple weeks before EU5's release, they took away Project Caesar's access. Terrible. They'll probably release Project Caesars in a few years once they work on it. Given its overlap with EU5, puts it in direct competition. You know what would be hilarious if they named, like, Imperator 2 Project Europa? So, like, you're not fooling anyone with that one, right? Were we about to deck? We were thinking of decking... Oh, Serbia just chomped on him. Alright, never mind. Well, Ferrara is super caked up. What the hell? Let's see. Another one where we have the... Alright, we could go for this. Siena being a co-belligerent. Did we improve relations too much? We did. We could still send them an insult, though, and then go for Siena. And Florence at the same time. What's our antag look like around here? 18, that's not too bad. Where are the HRE bros? If they're HRE bros, we just let it go for the end of the situation. They are HRE bros, so we have to try and win this situation first, I think. I mean, we've been in a 1% lead for, like, forever. I think it's going to get a lot better once we get boats, too. I think we're going to pop off a little bit, so I think we'll be okay. We're going to be okay. No one's going to get that reference. I probably didn't say it as, like, annoyingly for the reference to really kind of come through. Anyways. We're going to be okay. Viceroyalty should be like a multiplier, not flat, but more ways to bounce procs. Yeah, like I don't know. Like the thing about the Viceroyalty is that, like, incentivizes you to own stuff overseas, which, like, isn't what Castile. I think it's a weird building. I don't like it from like a design perspective. I use it like to create. It also creates 50 nobles, which is a ton of demand. Like a whole lot of demand, like on a per building basis. It's insane. But like the way I use it is like, okay, the capital's in Suez. Gonna branch down to West Africa and like kind of have a normal thing, but I don't use it in like the colonies because like it just feels like it. Like even if it's theoretically correct, I don't like the building. I don't want to not have colonial colonies like where you're just like owning all the land directly because it's better. Hoey 4 is kind of casual. I doubt Hoey 5 would be complex enough. I mean, you say that, but people were talking. The early days of Vic 3, people were acting like that game didn't have depth. And like, it's like, have you heard of the, like, indifference threshold equilibrium, my guy? I think not. Like, Hoey's economics are probably not going to be that complex, but like, they might make them complex. Terra Invicta is still in flux, and the community had release changes for 3 months, but the main stuff is ship combat, which is a lot of testing rather than theory crafting. Project Columbus, that'd be lit. Unfortunately, they name them after emperors always, I think. I think they've teased a secret project too. Only towns get proximity buff when they have 100 control as an incentive to urbanize and more spread out. But yeah, 100 control everywhere would suck. Yeah, I really like that. Like, I think the game should punish blobbing more. It currently doesn't punish blobbing very much, I don't think. Well, that's my perspective on it. So, how much are we getting trades-wise here? What are we looking at? Okay, so Ottomans pass us up in terms of trade control. We're still getting a decent chunk per trade, though, on Constantinople on their market. Oh, we need to get off of this and start pushing cap economy again. I think we had checked, and yeah, there is not a guy from either the crown or the other estate that we're interested in. That lumber is cheap. Alright, fair. I'm getting antsy because I just want my docks, man. So we're still in danger of losing, but now we can use this influence interaction, negotiate succession law. We have to have enabled negotiate succession law. Isn't that what this is for? I don't know how I feel about this. Feels like we should be able to do that. Isn't that what it's supposed to allow? Oh, we failed. We failed to get it through. Alright, fair. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we might lose this personal union. Multiplayer urbanization is already crazy. Buffing it is not the way. Like, all the home counties in Anglia being one big town city. Yeah, it's tough when you share a market because the cost of urbanization is food, right? And the entire market pays the cost of the urbanization, effectively. And so if you could get some other sucker making bread baskets for your locations, that's what you want. You having provinces that are food neutral is something that's actually important. In multiplayer, if you're having split markets, but also I think you just avoid split markets. If you're oversupplying food, you just embargo the other person out of your market. You're like, get out of here, get out of here. Project Norton. If you eat biz, you also eat all their problems. Do we though? I think it's so funny you can, if you flip Turkish, which isn't that hard to do, you can become Rise the Turks. Like, in theory, that's, like, probably what we should do as Naples. It's just kind of insipid, so we're not going to. Oh, we don't have enough crowd power. That's maybe a problem that we could solve here. I'm still, I think, a bit content to wait until we get enough harbor admin. Hopefully this guy gets a sailor trait. This guy also not marrying is an issue. We're just gonna marry a noble or a lowborn or something. Yeah. It's not the end of the world. It is painful though. We should have waited for an event that gave us like plus legitimacy, actually. We're paying a lot for stuff. Paying a lot for fort maintenance. Is this the best place for a fort here? Probably not. It's the best place for Sicily when Sicily made it. I think we're kind of okay with these two. The real issue is the very expensive Theodosian walls. Garrison size, plus 2,000. Fort level, plus 2. We could just delete the regular fort and leave the Theodosian walls. Helps out a little bit. Or a lot of bit, really. God, we're still 1.4% ahead. It's kind of cruising now, though, because the progress is based on tax base, I think. I don't know if it's tax base or income, but one of the two. Will you form Italy? Probably. Is foreign chivalry order not a good modifier? It is. We could do it. It's just not going to do too much for our subject or our guy right now, but we could do this. It would give him military ability. Here it would also give him... yeah. Wait, can we just appoint him as admiral? No. We can put this guy in charge of the navy, which makes it more likely to die. Which, to be fair, if we get rid of him, I think if this guy rolls a naval trait, we probably put this guy in charge of the navy that's patrolling, or our leader in charge of this navy, and he's much more likely to die not in port. When you're in port, you benefit from all the increased life expectancy modifiers that are in the location that you're in, but when you're in the sea zone, you don't. Will you form Jerusalem this run? No. We will not. Alas. Poor Yorick. I knew him well. Horatio. On Pisa? Wait, were both of those on Pisa? Threat against Caligari. Oh, these guys. Are these guys independent? No, they're not. They're... yeah. We can't go after them. Well, maybe we can. I think we're close enough to, like, professionals that we could just, like, kind of chill. Just eco and chill. See how we're doing on the values. This is also going to be painful before it gets better. Competition for the king's favors. Second cousin. Womp womp. I think that's another event you probably should only be able to roll if you're not, what have you. Are we GP? Why do we have another potential rival? Could go after 2 Sicilies at some point. Or, sorry, Papal States. This auto-expand mod is so nice. Because, like, our eco is still happening. It's just kind of in the background. So maybe actually take a quick perusal through. Building by building. What we could maybe do. Starting at proximity in some areas. I don't think we need bailiffs. Can't build bridges because we don't have any rivers. Womp womp. We do have a couple irrigation spots. This is the only one that's producing food, though. Excuse me. Not a lot either, so... we've already done all that. We will convert a lot faster with these cathedrals, though. So we could actually... where do we have a lot of pops? Plop down a cathedral there. And also want a lot of pops. I know the clergy will build them as well, but I think we'll add a couple cathedrals. Have a decent chunk of pops in these 2 locations. Cathedrals are also hella expensive. They demand a lot of goods, though. Which I think is net positive, even though you have to pay for 20% of the maintenance. Because it's going to take us a while to convert out from under Waldensian. Like a long while, which is kind of good for us, because that actually is good from us from the perspective of literacy. So the Waldensian will have forever... the Waldensians will have forever to, like, literacy up, basically. The thing is, the peasants, I think, will convert... if I understand the mechanics correctly, the peasants will convert faster, but... these Waldensian peasants have, like, no literacy right now. And so if they all convert, then our literacy would just, fall into the gutter. See, Waldensian clerics, 8% literacy, 8.5%, so... oh, we did unlock universities. We have a lot of pops here. That's hella expensive. It's not? Just kidding. We don't have, like, discount. We've had a lot of recent runs where we have a lot of discounts from various things, actually. 34,000. It's kind of, like, a little bit less important out here in the middle of nowhere. Especially because, like, the alum, I guess, is kind of okay urbanized, but... actually, let's not do that. I don't really like it that much. This is kind of a nice QOL. We'll save the rest for docks. We'll need docks soon. Actually, maybe that's something we can do something about. We'll be pushing a lot more naval supplies stuff soon. And we have in here fiber crops, so I think that's a fine enough thing to expand. We're just setting up the auto expands and the specialization. You should form Carthage and convert to Islam this run. Just make chat go full mauled. Doesn't having debt take crown power? Because you've been renewing one for quite some time. Yes, it does. I'm experimenting with it. Someone told me that we can roll this event that's really good, or this parliament option that's really strong, if we have at least one loan. So just sitting on one singular loan just for the purposes of having one loan. L plus Horatio, basically. I knew him well. Ratio, I knew him well. The truth hurts. What exactly does the auto extend mod do? I'm glad you asked. I have a video on it, but I think this mod is kind of like a must-have mod. There are a bunch of requirements, and if these are filled, it will add a building to the queue. That's what it does. But functionally, what this does that's really, really nice is that it makes it so that we were sitting on 20 Tailors Guilds for forever because that was the absolute maximum. But now we never have to worry about checking this ever again for the Tailors Guilds because we know that every time we get an additional capacity, which we will gain additional max building level because we get more pop, we get more development, the max building level will go up. It's always got it handled. Very nice. The Roman Empire formable in EU5 is Naples? Yes. Hey, APOC. It is, but, like, it's a meme to format. You need so much stuff. How much do the mod makers pay him to say the mod is must-have? This is, like, honestly, I was very, very explicit in, like, even my Korea video that the thing I want most is an auto-expand feature, so... Target's just stirring up trouble because he can. What controls how much we get? Primary religion clergy ratio, you don't say. It's gonna be a hot minute till we can do this. Hopefully we smack some events for it. If we went, we would be able to convert way faster if we went clergy. Or sorry, not clergy. Wait, did we really cap out capital economy? Hold up, why is this X-spamming us? Why are you showing us an X-spam, my guy? Go home, exclaim, you're drunk. The max has not been reached. Go home, you are, I declare, a drunkard and a fool. Alright, this should swing things pretty hard, I think. Maybe we should have co-belligerated Siena. I'm being silly Billy and rushing into this a little bit too fast, I think. I think we might subjugate. Verona's probably too big to subjugate. Well, I'm not sure if I should have clicked that. I don't know, that might have killed one of our units. Okay. So, wow, Verona has, like, nobody home. Awkward. They have one fort. I think we split this. We send the smaller one to link up with this stack in Siena. And then we let this guy come this way and link up here. I need to get better at clicking the units. I experience a visceral loss of dopamine every single time we occupy something and we don't have slave raiding. I'm just like, oh, the slaves are gonna be so nice, and then I'm like, wait. I think we're gonna play without slaves in this way, though, this run. I'm tempted to feed these guys their locations, but I don't want them losing their claims. This guy's claiming on two things, though. So I think that this may be what the piece we're looking for. I think Siena's part of the HRE is one of the issues. We're just resetting our decay from taking province directly, which we haven't done that much of in the region. Yeah, they are part of the HRE. So is Verona, though. They're already on the right side of things, so... Could also take this and flip it on over to Pisa. Pisa will be 2 provinces eventually, something like this. And well, what's this look like? Oh, HRE bros kind of care. HRE bros kind of care a lot. But we don't have to subjugate them. We just can force them to faction change. You can force them to faction change and grab, like, one location to be able to get claims. On them later. I think this is what we look for. Just grabbing a couple locations off of both of them, actually, even. To be fair, we could just do this if we want the war to end faster. We can do it all through here. Kind of generating a lot of antag on some of these guys. Get out of here, Bancobardi. So maybe we just grab one province off of each of them. It has to go a year for us to be able to separate piece these guys. So August. Yeah, we could just wait until August and then separate piece them. Something look like this. That's just big hair running a false flag, basically. Takes a lot of effort to conquer Europe. BBEG, big bad evil guy. Now you're going to need to avoid complacency. You know what I think might be the most interesting run is trying to max out complacency just as a meme. I think that's the location we want here. We're just waiting for the dock. We'll build them everywhere. And then we'll get up to like 20 or so, nice. Nice roll to hit the extra dev on Constantinople. It's already got a ton of dev, but... what's the satisfaction here look like? Jesus. I think we might have more tolerance of heretics, actually, than... or sorry, heathens. No, we don't. Oh, this decays now? Hell yeah. It was always super OP. Nice. Time to dock it up. Time, gentlemen. It is time to dock. The thing we were born to do. Yeah, I think that... looks like we don't have a full masonry collapse, but we just kind of want the dock span. We won't fully expand them out, but we'll build them several places. I have a remedy, and the only... sorry, I have a fever, and the only remedy is docking. Do Christian hordes get slaves? The issue is the Christian faith tag. Like, all of the faith tag lacks can work RGOs. And every other in the religion in the game has slaves working with raw materials. I think them attaching slaves working with raw materials to religion is maybe just like... it's certainly convenient design, but I don't know if it's good design. Like, is that really the thing that fundamentally changed it? Because plenty of Christians had slaves in the New World, so it's not the religion itself. The colonial tag obviously should allow it, but there's something else that, like, I don't think slaves were prolific in Europe, but, like, I don't know if the system by which they're hard banned, being religion, is, like, a good idea. And if you took that off, if you allowed for, like, Christian slave raiding and, like, Christians to be able to play on that axis as well, some Catholic, like, honestly wouldn't be that bad. Like, a big part of it is the slaves. The UI lies will be fixed soon. Example is conversion of pops is always wrong. Is it actually always wrong? If nobody's reported that it's always wrong, then it will not be fixed. But if it's... that seems like... they generally are pretty... they like to fix the UI stuff. I'll show you when run when 1.1 drops, maybe. I kind of want to play... almost certainly, if there is another... like, if Persia gets a similar, like, rework, we're probably going to do Persia. Love docking with my gentlemen. Gentlemen, rise up. Raise your docks to the sky. They will be constructed. Would you be interested in playing a horde? I have to play a horde at some point. I'm not that interested, but I do have to. The church was against it, but it was also cultural pressure. Yeah, I don't know if it's the best representations. I've seen Spanish colonial tax take my pops as slaves when they occupy my non-European land when I was a Muslim. Yeah. Christians not using slaves, totally accurate. Just never look at Spanish Empire, the British Empire, American and Portugal, or the Netherlands. Yep. Yeah. Like, it seems like... So generally speaking, like, if there's an effect that they want to produce from, like, a dev perspective, they often just do, like, use the mechanism that is, like, most straightforward for producing the effect, but it maybe doesn't lead to, like, the most robust or, like, in-depth system. You know what I mean? Like, where I think that from, like, a system perspective, like, it shouldn't be on the religion. It should be somewhere else. I don't know where you put it, and religion certainly produces kind of, like, I think that they kind of produce the effects that they want to produce in the game, but, like, it should be attached to other things, I think. Alright, so we have 6 galleys. We're gonna make 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We're just making more galleys, boys. Do you think any world leaders play Paradox games? I don't know. I think they're pretty busy, generally. I imagine the number's non-zero, but, like... If you convert a province, it'll say number, let's say 50. It will not convert 50, it will be more or less all the time. So one of the things is it might tag pops for conversion and then convert them in batches. I don't know if that's something that they're doing. So, step over the roof. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Lee Wolf. Oh my god. Thank you for the 2-month subscription if you're still here. Much appreciated, my guy. Happy Monday. How's the run going? The run is going pretty good. Apologies for not reading it. That is on my to-do list for fixing. I'm starting to get through a to-do list of fixing stuff, but the fact that resub, I don't get a notification for it is a vibe. Is there a way to get rid of Crown of Aragon reform except changing the gov type? I'm not sure, but I think that reform's actually good. So I'm not sure why you'd want to get rid of it. Guess I'm misremembering. Yeah, okay, maybe you would want to get rid of this. I think 10% trade capacity is not terrible. But yeah, I don't know, flip theocracy. Don't play as the Golden Horde, is it for a Horde? Okay. Don't play as Victory in his downtime for sure. Source, I made it up. I feel like the lines between work and pleasure are probably not necessarily the most clear with that type of thing. I mean, it certainly is that case with, like, for, like, making content. Let's do this. Overall, we're not getting, like, a ton in this war, but I do think it's pretty substantive that we're securing ourselves an ability to declare war up here. We could do this with another one down here, but we honestly don't want to mess about too much with the HRE modifier when the HRE modifier is going to go away. So the big thing, though, is forcing the faction change. I think this is uncomfortably close to me, the 1.2, and it was like 1.4 before, so I really do want the Guelphs to win, so flipping these guys, I think, makes a lot of sense. We will get our guy out of here, though, and into more neutral territory, or into territory that's at least here. That way, in case the access is contingent on us being at war, we don't get, like, weird access bricked and, like, have to deal with nonsense. I don't even think they have enough money to pay us, to be honest. So I think we go for this. This looks like a Guelph victory, no? It does to me. Alright, and then The thing is, we're releasing subjects that have, like, religion problems, so it's maybe not going to be... Oh, maybe we should have built a bunch of monasteries before we did this, womp womp. My understanding is you could actually get, like, positive value by... I think this scales, but you build the monasteries cheap, then you increase the price of the monasteries, and then you dissolve them expensive. It's probably a little too much, a little too cute. Let's make you a vassal. Alright. It's reminding me of Rick and Morty. It's just slavery with extra steps. Yeah. Shout out to capitalism. Except, like, obviously, yeah. Generalist calling subs my guy implies he owns them, thus Generalist is the slave master of the chat, not like this. Bargavor, thank you for the follow. 2,700 followers on Twitch. We're not called Doms for a reason. Ayo, let's go. Oh, why is our chat being funny? I went the first letter reform and now a bit late to change the gov type. Womp womp. Sold the children for the Children Crusade. If you saw Ghibli in the street, would you fight him? Probably. Why is there Jabba the Hutt kitty cat in chat? Ban him. Get him, mods. Alright, how many are we building up to right now? We're going to 12. Let's get up to 15. But my chat is being funny. Not as in, like, funny entertaining, but it's, like, working weird. Is there a way to remove the son-in-law reform as Goryeo without executing 20 different people and taking stab? I think damaging relations with China helps and getting independent. Monasteries build for 25 and close for around 120, such value. Well, this one only closed for, like... This one only closes for 28. Oh, I guess maybe they fixed it? You're saying they build for... No. Glad you finally noticed we're being funny. Ayo. I'm gonna try refreshing Restream. Hopefully this doesn't brick the stream. I don't think it will, but... Hold on, we're connecting to your channels? Terrible. Funny looking. Funny like, funny how? Funny like a clown? Like we amuse you? We don't want to ban the people we have in this right now, because we're currently, like, waiting to be able to put a guy in. Oh, ayo, we found a guy. Okay, cool. It's got a decent amount of Diplo. Guy who's currently encouraging capital economy does not have as much, so... I think we put this guy in. We expel people from wherever. I wish it was easier to swap the two. But this is like something that doesn't come up that often. Actually, we should maybe do recovery efforts because it's so good. Oh, we're giving that away. That's fine. Hopefully we're... Oh my god. I'm gonna have to read the chats separately from each other. Not like this. I think that we're kind of close to a good stopping point anyways, because we... Well, we haven't gotten the Navy all up yet, but we got to docks, which is an important part, and we converted Waldesian. And it's going to be forever until we have enough religious influence to swap. It's going to be 250 months. God, is it actually 250 months? In 10 months, we'll have 1. In 100 months, we'll have 10. It's actually 250 months. It's like 20 years to get an aspect. So we're pretty far away. Democracy works great until you realize it's just 12 guys with strong opinions and a poll button. Yeah, but it's better than just, like... It's better than doing decisions based on what chat says, because the number of people who respond to a poll is much larger than the number of people who are responding in chat. Was that a neg on the chat? Funny like haha, or funny like you calling me a clown? Mods, pull up Joe Pesci. Was it Jamie pull up Joe Pesci? Oh, how'd you get there? I'm not kicking in there. Oh, because we raised the levies. Yeah. Got it. What's the best Christian faith mechanic-wise? Are they all just 3 aspects mechanic? No, because they get different aspects. There's a ton of overlap, but they do get different aspects. Smart, Tarka may not be a smart man, but I know what love means. Outsized my mod work to other rooms, but they also outsourced, and I don't know how long the chain goes. Was Tarka supposed to bop someone and he didn't? Terrible. Jamie, pull up an image of a starved shaved chimpanzee. Chimps are super jacked. Baboons are a lot smaller, though. I've gotten into arguments about people about baboons, where they, like, insist you could not take a baboon in a fight, and it's like, okay, a chimp in a fight, I understand, but, like, a chimp is, like, 2.5 to 3 times the size of a baboon. Baboons are small, they're, like, 30 to 40 pounds. Right? 40 to 90 for males and 20 to 40 for females. Yeah, that's way more manageable than fighting a chimp. Chimps weigh 70 to 30, so nearly twice as much. Males weigh 88 to 154 pounds, and females 60 to 110. Supposed to pull up the Joe Pesci rap. Stop talking about me, it's insulting. Like I amuse you. Alright, I think we're gonna do this parliament and then we'll be done for the session. Unless this parliament's somehow really weird. Are we just getting cheap? Well, it kinda sucks because we don't have Might be a support the state moment. I think it is, actually. We don't have a lot of money to pay for gravel roads anyways. God, it's so weird that the gravel roads used to be just hyper OP and now it just sucks balls. We're not doing that, so I guess we're clicking this and this. Definitely want a plutocratic push. Definitely want a naval push, but I think that's all we get here. I think we go additional taxes. Maybe additional taxes are a lot less valuable than we think, though. How much does this tax pay us, really? Not inconsequential amount. Not a lot, but not very good either. I think we'll keep it as is. I think we'll even do this. And then we'll click the additional taxes. There were a couple of laws we could maybe change, though. We have same religion. And we could do same religion group. I don't know if that helps us out here. I think the problem is they have same religion. If we go strict censorship, we'll get a little bit more spiritualist. I don't think we want that right now, though. Tolerance of heretics would be pretty nice. We don't want the progress towards humanist, but I think we have enough spiritualists to hold on. Yeah. So we could change that. We're on peasant levies. We actually want quantity. This quantity is significantly better. Feudal admin, I think, was the one that we wanted to change onto autonomous councils. Yeah, let's do that. Feudal administration to autonomous councils. Well, we'll eventually get better parliaments. Let's just... I think it's kind of a small deal. We'll request additional taxes again. We love money. Yeah, look at that. Like, 5x our income net. Because we're paying so much for sliders right now because we have not maxed out legitimacy. And we're also paying for a ton of stab. So our margins are weak, so generating additional funds is really valuable. How much are we earning here? Not a lot, but we're going to do kind of okay. How big is the Tyrian Sea? It's huge, dog. Alright. You definitely take on a baboon? Challenge. Oh, come on, dude. My mom's pretty close to the same size. My mom's very small. Can you put it on screen for us? I could. If we really want to have an extended fight about baboons and chimps, we could. Do we want to talk about baboons and chimps? I'm just going to remember the vegan chimp guy and then I'm going to crash out. I'll call Spiff and have him commemorate the fight. Who am I fighting? Oh, my mom? Not like this. Hippo's no longer enough for this man. He's on to baboons now. No, I would never want to fight a hippo ever. I mean, I wouldn't want to fight a baboon either. I'm just saying, like... Actually, in the shape I'm in right now, I'm not sure if I could take a baboon, but, like... When I'm in the best shape I've ever been in, can I take a 40 to 50 pound baboon? It's like, maybe the answer is yes. I don't know. I wouldn't want to fight a 40 pound cat, though. 40 pound cat would just tear my throat out. Baboons have big ass incisors. Maybe it'd be like a similar thing. But like a chimp is like an entirely different story because they're like twice as big. Why do roads suck ass now? They're still good. Roads are still excellent. They're not as good as they were before. We actually should have a road between these two though for dev purposes, even though they don't need it. But we're on, like, we're playing a country that, like, the roads are not particularly useful on. Nobles are so pissy all the time. Nothing makes you hate the landlords like EU5. You've not played Vic 3, my friend. There's something that makes you hate the landlords more. But we'll also have, like, a nice kind of, like... punctuation mark, I think next time we stream, we'll be able to be like, hey, we're doing the things. Alright, we've integrated Byzantium. Just using Diplo endeavors maybe makes some sense here. So would increasing stab. I think that strength in government, math-wise, is generally better. Like, it earns you more money, so it makes more sense to strengthen government and just pay more on the stab slider. But maybe not when we're not yet a GP. We're still a normal power. Something like this, maybe. Look at this. Oh, sweet sailors. We're getting so many of them. Will they add Maoist reforms? They have Maoist reforms? Journalists wouldn't fight a baboon for moral reasons. You wouldn't fight a hippo for self-preservation reasons. Yeah. We are not the same. Baboons and hippos. Dot meme. Yeah, so we also are looking at our actual harbor capacity, not just natural harbor, getting a lot more harbor capacity in these areas. So these areas are going to be a lot more proximal. It's still not going to do a lot until we make these segments cheap, though. We can reduce these segments down to like cost of 3, and so that's going to be where we really pop off. But I think that's going to be a thing for next episode, where we will be returning with, you know what? Let's get Barks after this. I think we just actually want the Barks. You know what they say, something about Barks and Bites. I don't have the joke in me right now, but there's a joke there somewhere. But let's go Barks before we go Armory. It tells you haven't played Vic 3 without telling us you haven't played it, basically. The landowners are so much more. One last shot at Union stuff. It's gonna take us quite a few months to try and take a vote on it. I don't think they vote yes, though. But I think we're going to leave that for next time. I think we will click the button, though. I don't think we have enough people to push it through, though. I think... Yeah, I don't know the UI on this very well, because they've changed it. We see how people are voting. Yeah, so we don't have... We're voting for Unified. They have yet to vote. If we secure, I think, any other voter, we pass it. In retrospect, we probably should have done this before... before religion flipping. But I think they just all vote against us now. Croatia's yet to vote. No, Croatia can't save us. No, they could. If Croatia votes with us, it's 450 or whatever, 460. I don't think they're going to, though. So, womp womp. Too many people. So we're gonna eventually get voted off the island then, I think, because this guy's getting old. Member leaving union, but the member is you. Feels bad, man. I don't think we have a means by which we can force this. Oh, bribe voter. We don't have the diplomat. Offer ducats versus base. Alright. Alright, we will bribe them. And they will vote our way. Okay, so we'll do this and then we're always kicking it down the road one more. Why isn't there a tooltip for what causes surplus of work modifier causing random rural tiles to get all the migration? It's the number of available jobs. It might not be that clear, but like if we have a lot of vacancies, maybe we can find a place with a vacancy. So here we have vacancies of jobs on the windmill. So we should get the modifier, but the modifier would be very, very small. I forget where the migration modifier is. Is it under demography? Yeah. Maybe you have to pass a certain threshold, actually. That's my understanding of how it works, but I guess I could be misinformed. I know if you plop down a whole ton of buildings in a place, it will pull more pops. But it's also pretty wasteful until, like... Or it's kind of wasteful. Like, when you're in money doesn't matterville, I guess you don't care, but... I forget my hotkeys for this. Language power. We could change our liturgical language to Arabic, which is kind of cute. Oh, actually, no. I think we need to, it like needs to be our language or something. Yeah. Italian's not strong enough for us to want to make our liturgical language Italian over Latin. But eventually. Eventually it will be. Small question, do you know of a way to upgrade all buildings? Shift click. All buildings everywhere? I'm not sure. It's like, chat on Twitch hasn't said anything in a while. Oh, okay. We're back online with our chat on the restream. Is this me or random events a little over top? Somebody decreased commoners and abilities by like 20%. Yeah, I feel you on that. And then like some of them are really spammy. Like all the New World ones are really spammy. So now we're unified succession. Does that flip their religion? Do they flip Waldesian here? Or it flips their laws so that they tolerate any religion? Yeah, it doesn't flip them Waldesian. Just makes it so they tolerate a leader who's not the faith that they would prefer. This union's been around a while. We don't have the prestige. But now we have to... We could actually just... Because it's not like we're planning on going after them for a while, we could just go for the federal union or whatever. What does it even do? Bonus opinion and trust? And maybe that would be a little bit better. Our nepotism is in full swing and they hate it. God, it's so close. 1.2. It's looking like this is almost over, though. Same monthly progress, yeah. That's insane to me. Like, Bohemia is just super hard carrying them. It's not like Milan's that strong. 88 tax base. Our tax base is kind of not all that great. Of course, a big part of it is lack of control. I think that's just rural, so it's not like a high priority. This place doesn't have a road yet, so we'll get one there. Putting down roads so that they can get the development boost. Also, if they have any vegetation, it's gonna brick the negative from the vegetation from the perspective of being able to roll up proximity. Did we swap religions? We did. Waldensian. A little bit rough. We are going to have to go for some more tolerance of heretics, I think. I don't think our satisfaction is all that great. Yeah. Which, the trickle down is, that's negatively affecting prosperity. Negatively affecting pop and dev growth. Yes, the spamming is a good word for it. I feel like it's so constant. And then my income will swing like 7 to 10 gold a month playing as Norway, trying to go a bit tall. Yeah, that might be rough as Norway. Depending on what phase of the game you're in, 7 to 10 is a lot. But like, getting random colony events, it's like 5 ducats and you're plus 5,000. It's like, bro, I would pay to never click this again. I haven't made it to New World years yet. Is it worth it to go that route? You mean is it worth it to colonize and stuff like this? It is, but it's really slow. We really want to use this cooldown on Greek. We have to do the biggest Greek, though. Why can we not ask? Is Thessaly the biggest Greek, or is Achaia? Or Dardanelles. I feel like it's not Dardanelles. These other guys aren't Greek. I hope it's not this guy. No. Is it this guy? It is Macedonia, so we gotta take that out, actually, if we want to use our cooldown. And fight Serbia and Bulgaria. I mean, that's like the next logical kind of spot anyways. for these guys, we're really waiting on them to fail this. What were we waiting on to finish the episode? Passing the law that we passed. All right, I think it's time for a break. Did you manage to get burger demand for fine cloth under control? Was it to reduce their expenses? I don't know. It seems fiddly and weird. The thing is it's difficult for us to verify what's going on because the UI is not good at telling us how much they're making in a location, this type of thing. It seems like it's just, like, very volatile. This place is going from, like, between 10 to, like, 20 tax base, generally, but it's going up. We're making money off of it. We have a lot more burger demand. It's down from where it was before, our total demand, but our burger demand keeps going up, so it's kind of good. I think we're also, last we checked, so we have 7k nobles. Last we checked, the nobles, like, per pop, we passed the threshold of, like, 1/10, where the burgers are eating more than 1/10 what the nobles are eating. But now we have way more burgers, too, is the issue. So it's actually kind of difficult to say. There's a pretty big confound. Because there's now close to 20 times as many burgers. So actually, the nobles are providing us with more than 1/10 this stimulus, which I think doesn't happen if the burgers are properly eating as much fine cloth as they should. But also we have locations that are under 20 dev, but they're starting to pop up over 20. But okay, we can take a quick look at a location before we go. Like, are these guys are consuming fine cloth, so we poked around a little bit. It also maybe just is a thing where it only recalculates like once a year or something. And maybe that was the issue. Where's a location where we expect that they can't afford it? Alright, the tax base here should be just kind of ass, right? It's 0.8 ducats, but we still have 2k burgers. Yeah. So the burgers here probably should not have enough money to cover it if it's by an individual basis. But they do. So now I'm just left very confused, because I don't know why the burgers were not consuming fine cloth out of Naples before. And now they are. See, it's stuff like this that makes me think it's national. But the flip side is there's a ton of burgers here. They're eating fine cloth now, too. I'm not entirely sure what to make of all of it. Oh, we should maybe urbanize this. It feels bad, though. I don't want to urbanize the silk. There's so many pops, though. Take the gold mines in Thessaloniki. This one. Yeah, we fight Serbia. We're going to take that. We're going to try and make these 2 partial provinces that we have whole. Or I guess this would be a new province. But that's what we would go after more so than going after Thessaly's actual stuff. And I'm probably looking to feed Thessaly all of this, make a new subject out of this. We also might want to start eventually annexing some of our subjects, like Albania, now that we actually are going to have access to Barks and be able to push control over there, this type of thing. But anyways. Price is up half a decade in the last 10 years. Looks like it's trending right. For the fine cloth demand, or the price of the fine cloth. You know what? Maybe we just setting ourselves up for the next episode here. Do some of this. I think it's been around 3.5 5 for a while. It's difficult for us to export. Our trade routes are really not that profitable. We're getting like 0.3 ducats per trade route. Here they're much better, where we're getting close to 1, but trades are pure gravy now, so this is still really valuable. But anyways, we will see who is streaming on Twitch. My intention to make this a little bit of a shorter stream, so I gotta figure out a way to be better about that, because this ended up being kind of long. 70 people watching EU5. Someone's playing Friesland. That's interesting, because that's Peasant Republic. That's one of the few ones. Why don't we raid them? So make sure that they're English. Okay, it looks like they are doing stuff in English. Double Danger Dad. We will throw him a raid. And then we will link it. Oh, happy cake day. Friggy. Or birthday? I don't know if it's cake day like the way Reddit does it. We'll also link to the YouTubers in case they want to join. But have a good one, everyone. Bye now.